Okay, stream's running. Okay, let's talk about something for a few moments. I don't know what we're going to talk about for a moment. Just make sure things are... Is there an ad running? I think so. Although I sometimes don't see it. Let's say for now. Either way, as long as I get the head, everybody else is safer.
I can give you a head.
Just unscrew it, put it on the floor, walk away. It does work. Making sure sound works too. Yeah.
That's nice background music.
Yeah, pretty much.
Suppose I should stop eating my chicken then.
Yeah, I haven't flipped the screen yet. There we go. Let's do that. And then, oops, I need to flip that back. As long as there's nothing running there. Okay. You guys up and ready to go? Which you probably are. Listen, I just took my own sentence so wrong. I've been at work too long. I need a mental break. Also, I need to cool down. Yeah. Oh. You get it. Bye. Yes, Gallic, yeah. Yeah. So, let's see. If anybody's catching this now, I'm gonna stop that for now. Any major help? We all...
There is no help. You should
Yeah.
know this by now.
All worship the potato lord. There we go.
Indeed.
If anybody wants to catch... Hang on, Mike, stop working. Go ahead, Dave, fix your thing. I'm just doing an introduction here, so... Just yell when you get back. Or get your... Gotta love it when the mic stops working. All hail potato!
Indeed.
Potato!
Alright, can you hear me okay?
Yep, gotcha. Yep. Hear your wonderful
for
voice.
some reason, it I was trying to fix my settings and my microphone just stopped working. I don't understand what happened.
Probably voice mod again. I still have issues.
I don't have voice mod turned on. That's why I don't know why that happened.
Oh, that's...
Discord just being Discord, I guess.
Yeah. What's new, right?
Yeah, but I'm fixed now, so we're okay.
Okay. So, after a technical... One of us always has to have a technical problem, don't we? Mostly me.
But it was fixed in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, yours was easy to fix. Mine,
yeah.
Mine will just go, oh, look. Let's see. Unknown user. I love that's activity feed. Sorry, I was just reading something. I was like, wait, what's this say? It says Space Ghost Dave resubscribed for 1 month at tier 1. They've been subscribed for 15 months.
It's not letting me sub to you with my Prime.
Yeah, that was last week's stuff.
Yep, I know, but this was... I was just like, what? Okay. Constantly have technical problems. Yeah. I think a couple more servos and actuators are breaking on me, so I'm falling apart. But no, if anybody is catching these episodes, you can go back to the first one, which was over 2 years ago doing the Transformers campaign. I actually had to double take when I saw on my own feed. Wait a minute, it's been 2 years. Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus. And we've been
I've
doing
almost
the
been
other 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, so it's like, holy crap. And then if you want to catch any of those past episodes, though, you can find them all on the page there. You can hit a link down on the Twitch and come over here. There's other links to other wonderful people who are here, and this other group that I have not been invited to that bar yet, so I don't know. Swerve Bar Podcast. I want to try one of their drinks. I hear they're weird, so but no. Yeah, they have their own campaign going. You can check them out. You can check out all these other people and, hit their little follow thing and everything. I think it's been a year since I showed up now. Yeah, time flies. And we've been doing the D and Destiny campaign for 3. Holy
Yep.
crap, Dave. Man, I'm feeling my age. So anyway, let's flip things over. Did I miss anything? You guys want to say anything? No? Good, shut up.
We're all going to die.
Yep, see? Oh, one of you got it. There you go. Yeah. Actually, you know what, guys? I'm going to do a little introductions so that way you can introduce yourself and your characters again. Since we are getting close to the end of this season, I don't do this.
Why don't you just have us reintroduce ourselves next season?
Nah, I'm going to do it now because who knows? Some of you might not return alive.
Right, so I'm gonna have my next character die just like Raven,
Yeah.
But hey, at least have the backup character.
But no, okay, fine, screw y'all. You ain't getting introductions. There are 3 bots. They're probably not worthy of talking about. We'll talk about the mini cons more. There's Carbine, Aegis, and Wavelength, and don't forget the little one. So and Drift, and Drift, our surfer turtle dude. So we don't care about the 3 main ones on here. So don't worry about it. I'm not going to even talk about their names.
All right, catch you later, Galaxy.
Hi, Galaxy. You going? Bye, bye. All right. So we're going to jump back with Void Striker, Overload, and Gilgamesh. I'm just reading literally off of Discord. So I just read your names in that order. And they are currently on a planet where they have freed Shockwave the White. Actually, yeah, I'm going to stick with that. It does fit, so it really does fit. My son did come up with that. God, it just fits really well. So,
Previously, Shockwave the Grey.
yeah, great. He's always been white, but yeah. And you have Sky, who is also with you, who is happy to see that she has encountered another from her universe, but finding out that their universe is no longer really in existence. And there might be more to that story a little bit, but as of current, Shockwave the White, there we go, I better say it right, because it just doesn't sound right, has modified and set up some of the pods for you guys to head to the station, which you guys are preparing for at this moment. And let me kick on the sound of the wind, because I just hate it. It's either that or I'm going to put music on, so something quiet in the background. Come on, turn around. There we go. So you guys are still somewhat in the cave right now. Shockwave, the White, has been modifying and working on, and he's done with them. Sky has been conversing with them a little bit and finding out a little bit of what do you mean our universe is no longer, like we can't go back. You guys can actually generally hear this conversation, unless one of you decided to leave the cave at this very moment.
I did at the end. Remember, I was hitting
Did
your
you?
side. Yes.
What were you doing?
I may have forgot to mention this. I was gonna go get the crate of Energon from outside.
Okay. So I will say, because there's really nothing out there other than the wind and the sand being blown about. You can see the shuttle as you go out, Void Striker. You do notice it's not really manned. Like, there's no drone really flying it or anything. It looks like it's automated. So it gets loaded with cargo from the looks of it. It just takes off. So the cargo doors are open and waiting to be loaded. You see the cargo that they were referring to with the energon in it that the other drones were talking about. It's like the good stuff, man.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pick up the crate and head back inside with it.
All right, you come back in. Overload, Gilgamesh, what are you two up to right now? Are you prepping? Oh, excuse me. Oh, I'm dying here. No. Are you guys prepping to get ready to try and go, or who wants to go into the shuttle first? Really, it's Gilgamesh and Sky who will probably be going more than you.
Yeah, it'd probably be me going into the shuttle first then.
All right, so are you going to ride in one of the pods, or are you going to ride in the shuttle itself? Or the cargo shuttle?
I'd probably be riding in the shuttle, but I leave the pod open in case I need to slip in there for whatever reason.
So, Shockwave has left that option for you, so that way you can. It looks like it's operating all the time, but really it's just the lights are on, but it's not fully functioning. It just looks like it's functioning, and it gives off the readings. Hey, it's working. So if you needed to, he's prepped you and for this, as well as Sky, so she can ride in one as well if you want. So, but you guys hear this conversation, and Sky seems a little kind of not upset, but she is upset. You can tell a little bit, and
Uh,
Shockwave's
Matrix,
leaned
does
down
that
to her. Yeah.
walk past? I'm gonna do the Hulk thing from Avengers Endgame and just hand them energon cubes as I walk
And,
past.
and Shockwave just nods to you, and he takes one. Sky doesn't even bat an eye. He kind of like picks up the one that you're trying to give her, and just kind of sets it down. Like he's like, thanks, but she's not paying attention. She's just asking questions. So, wait a minute. What about everybody in the universe? What about all our friends or all the people we know? All the other planets? And she's asking questions before he can answer, and you can see he's trying to answer because his finger comes up. And he's like, "Well, but," and he's very patient, and he kind of looks over at you guys like, "A little help here." This is a different Shockwave than you guys have ever heard about the stories of, ever encountered.
Sky, he can't answer your questions if you keep asking.
That, and she stops and looks. Oh, sorry. I'm just really confused. And he's very patient. He puts his hand on her shoulder, and you can see this side of compassion from somebody you never thought you would ever see this. He, if he was touching somebody, he'd probably be ripping their arm off or something. So he tips his head down like in sadness, and he tips slowly back up, and you see his optic, and it's like he's trying not to show that he is emotional about this, but our entire universe has been eaten, destroyed. And she's like, what? And he's like, one finger comes up, and she stops talking, like, oh, okay. Unicron. And you see her optics go wide, and she goes, wait, Unicron? I thought we didn't have a problem. He stops her again, and you guys are still hearing this. It's not our Unicron. Well, it is, but it isn't anymore. It's a Unicron from his universe. The V-Wave version of me, but different. And she looks at him, kind of tips her head. V-Wave? What do you mean V-Wave? And she's generally asking questions now of confusion of like, who the heck is this? And he stops and he goes, oh. He calls himself V-Wave, but it's just short for Void Wave. He's bigger, And he looks over at you all, and he looks at you two big ones, and he goes, stronger and bigger than you. And he looks back down at Sky, and he goes, it's his Unicron. She just kind of stops for a moment. She looks, but our home? And you could see her just literally drop down on a crate right behind her and just sit down in shock. And Shockwave kind of just, yeah. I found out after I saw the video files when he had them playing back. He either wants revenge against his Unicron or he wants to bring him here. He's been doing a lot of testing. I don't know what else he is trying to do because I only got to see what I did. He didn't have control over my thoughts and everything, but I still could store this information. And he kind of stands up and he looks over at all of you. Now, this Shockwave, he is just a tiny bit shorter than both of you, Overload and Voice Striker. He's a little shorter. He's actually isn't that tall to you. And he goes, alternate universe. Everything is gone there. That Unicron. And he kind of looks down at Sky, who hasn't said anything. She isn't looking up at him. She's just kind of sitting there really checked out. Is gone. He destroyed it all. So we are... Well, we don't have a universe to go back to. If we do, it's a dead universe.
Gilgamesh is gonna turn away from what he's doing and he's gonna walk up to Shockwave.
He kind of looks down at you. He's still a little taller, so he just looks down.
What does he need to bring that Unicron to our universe?
You see him put it, he gets into like he's a thinking position. He goes, from what I have deduced and seen, a lot of power. If he's going to open a doorway, which right now, from what the readings I did get, and he pulls up a screen it's holographic, but it's not attached to anything, right in front of you, between you two. So you guys get to see this too. And he points and he goes, these readings here, this should be what we should be seeing. To see other universes in a way. Like ours. Right now, this is, and he literally splits the screen, and he's got one on top of the other. There's nothing. It's like we're disconnected. So he's either trying to reconnect this universe in some way, which I'm assuming somehow it got severed by a very massive power surge of some sort when there was a portal open at one time. He starts going into a little bit of theory in that, and he stops and he goes, for right now, though, if he does open that portal and bring Unicron through, this universe is in jeopardy. Sky still really hasn't moved. It looks like she's kind of in shock, is what it is. She's just sitting there.
Gilgamesh, his eyes kind of avert a little bit, and he's going to pull the map artifact from his compartment.
Shockwave kind of just looks at it. What is this?
I was hoping you might have a better answer.
Carbine goes, it's something from our home planet. And he looks at her and he looks at it and he goes, and this thing is kind of small in his hands, but he looks at it and he goes, huh. I wonder if
All
this
I
is...
know is that he's been hunting for this vigorously, and I've kept this well hidden from him ever since.
It might be a good thing you have. And best that he never gets a hold of it. He starts moving it around in his fingers. So...
Considering
This-
where it led, I have theories on what it actually is.
lead? And he kind of looks at, is it a compass? He's never really
More of a
seen it.
map, per se.
And he looks at you
My th-
quizzically.
My theory is it is a map to the Prime's treasures.
Prime's treasures? We...
As in the original 13.
Fascinating. 13, huh? He's like really quizzical. He's like, our universes are way different in so many ways.
As I said, I'm just going to bring up profiles with theories and myths on the original 13 Primes,
And
as well as the names.
he starts scanning it, and he looks at this object again. And he goes, and he's looking at you, Gilgamesh. And he looks over at Sky for a moment, and he kind of leans closer. You are always very smart in our universe. I know who you are. But this... He referred to something as a key. And he looks at it, and he kind of holds it back to you. And he goes, this is probably, like you said, why he wants it. It must open something. Or access something. And he goes, but how does this open anything? Or is it... And he kind of... You see him take it between his fingers. And he's got it between two hands. He's looking at it, like spinning it slowly. And looking at it. He goes, you say it's a map. I don't... Is the lines on here? These do not look like it goes anywhere. And he's really curious. He's like, just looking at it. Carbine's like, well, and she kind of looks at you in her little caracal form, Gilgamesh. She goes, should we show him how it works? And he's like, works?
I'll lower his hand back down and put in the sequence to activate it.
And it comes up, and you guys see the line. And Carbine kind of... You see one of her side compartments open up, which is kind of disturbing in a little caracal form. And she kind of reaches with one of her tentacles and pulls out the optics. And she goes, you might need to... And she goes, oh, you only have one optic. It should still work. And he's like, fascinating. Thank you, little one. And he looks at it, and he goes... And you see him start to flip the lenses. And he goes, interesting. Did you guys ever notice the writing on here? Do you know what it says? Carbine's like, what writing?
I wouldn't know. I haven't been given it to examine.
And he kind of looks at you, Void Striker, for a moment. Sorry, I'm used to seeing you as the guard, not... If it would be helpful if you could take a look at this. You might understand this language here better than I do. And he's sitting there with one optic. You see him flipping it, the optics up and down on these lenses. And he goes, if you do the combination, there is a few lettering here. I don't know what that says, though. And he kind of holds the map, and he gives you the optics, Void Striker, to look through.
I will examine.
Let me see. What should I have you... Would it be... Because you're trying to read this language, would it be like in history or investigation?
History.
History? Give me a history roll.
See if he
Oh.
understands the language.
Oh boy, something I'm very much proficient in.
Yep, there you go. Roll it!
Yeah.
There you go.
You start to decrypt what it says really
and,
quickly.
just in case it's not enough.
I knew it was coming. But as you start to read this, you understand the Minicon language better than this Shockwave does. He goes, we don't really have this kind of language, so I don't know what it says. And you automatically start to read it.
As I'm doing this, I'm going to bring up a hollow window with a live translation as I'm translating it. So everybody can see what the wording says.
You start to see it translating, and it starts translating up on the screen. Only the Prime, who owns this, can open it.
Prime who owns it can open it.
The fact
Oh.
that this is in the minicon, meaning we might have to find either Micronus Prime or his legacy.
You, Aegis, all the mini cons are with you. They're like, dude, are you telling me? Wait, we're the only ones left that we know of, right? So it ain't me, and I don't think it's Aegis. Carbine? And she's like, she gives this snarky little look, like, really? No. Even Wave's like, it's like, hey, I'm right here. Like, he just passes right over.
Gilgamesh wanders off to go find the little one.
Did she come with you? Or
As
did
far as
she-
I'm aware, she is still on the station, unless she stowed away on someone.
Why don't you guys do a perception check on each other?
Sure. I'm not that good at perception, but I will do perception.
Let's see who can see.
17.
You know, I mean, unless Aegis is helping me.
You know what?
You would have your mini cut. Everybody,
at least sees it.
I will tell
So
you. I will
So
tell
then
you.
nat 20.
Everybody will be able to see with advantage of some sort at this point. If you have a high enough number, which you all do.
mean,
Overload, he just scans over. So who are you scanning over right now first? Overload, I'm going to give you that option.
Well, I guess the good question was, who is she more favorable towards?
Could be any one of you. It just depends on her mood.
Could be me. I keep bribing her with energon lollipops.
Yeah,
Well,
she does
I
like
think,
you.
I think given the fact, like, in the last few sessions, she grabbed a hold of my arc energy and just played with it easily.
Yeah. So you can start with somebody.
That
it's up to you.
that memory is still pretty fresh for Gilgamesh, and upon hearing this, he's looking for the little one.
So, who do you want to scan first, Overload? I'm going to give you, because you got the nat 20.
You know what? Because I know that she knows the compartment of where I kept her before. I'm gonna scan myself.
So you kind of do this quick scan over yourself, but you don't find her on you. Even Aegis is like, really? Nobody?
I got a fairly good idea.
So, do you want to try somebody else, Overload, real quick?
Yeah, go Void.
Void Striker, he starts to scan you. Now, you guys can see this all happening for each other. And you see it scan through. It looks like an X-ray almost, but even Shockwave's like, what are we looking for? He's kind of confused. And
Possible to go away.
oh, is this good or bad? He's
It's
Depends on
good.
how
She
you look
does
at
this
it.
too often.
oh. So you get fully scanned. Nothing.
And then to the next.
I reckon she was Sky. That's my opinion.
So who do you want to do next? It's technically all three of you are doing this together, so
I mean,
I do wanna scan
already,
Sky myself.
I already know
I was-
I'm going to Sky.
Yeah, I was
Like,
gonna
that-
say
that's my
actually a
very
good.
first instinct.
as
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
she's still sitting there kind of, but she's actually crying now. But you don't hear anything. You see tears. And Shockwave kind of turns and he sees you three looking at her, and he's like looking back and forth. You think she has a little one? And he's like, well, she does have the turtle with her. And he's like, just like, not me. Look. He's just standing off to the side, kind of like.
As this scan is going, I'm gonna place bait to try and draw out the little one. I'm gonna place a bag of energon lollipops on the ground.
You're baiting her out. Okay. Okay, hang on. I gotta get some special dice for this. I need some special dice. I actually have to crack open a case here. And okay. This is gonna be alright. Hey. Alright, where is it? Where's that dice at? I'm gonna use this thing now. Oh, here we go. Oh shit. Okay. Within a few moments, you guys are looking over. Shockwave kind of looks, and Sky kind of tips her head up, and she's like, you guys start to hear a tap. Ting, 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 ting. And she's like, what? And she kind of looks down at her leg compartment, and she goes, did I pick something up? She looks up, and you see the tears on her face, but she's a little surprised. And she goes, what? How? And she taps her compartment. It slowly opens, and it folds outward. And there's something familiar, Gilgamesh, you've seen before. But then there's something you've all seen before. There's the little one, rolls out, and she's looking up at the sky, and she kind of does her little fingers up like, hi. And she's like, Sky kind of, what are you doing in here? Why are you here? And she goes, the little one kind of sits up, and she leans on this familiar object, and she goes, please don't touch that. And the little one's like, oh, she kind of gets a little frightened for a moment, like, sorry. You hear a little beeping, Void Striker, you understand, she's actually saying, I'm sorry. And
I just kind of go to and kind of like gently pick her up into I scoop her up into my hands.
now when you scoop her up, do you have any of your fingers curled up at all? Like just a little bit?
Well, I kind of like curl them in, so like kind of form like a cup.
So you see, so the little one kind of hops up into your hand, but she grabs a hold of like your thumb and she hugs you. You could actually feel her like, I'm glad to see you. And she goes, you can hear her beeping. The only one that can really understand her is the Minicons and Void Striker, who's like, I know I'm not supposed to be here, but I wanted to help. And I see, and she stops talking and she points right down at the bag of Energon lollipops. I heard lollipop.
I'm just gonna like walk by and just like pick up the bag and just kind of like set it down in front of her, and I'm walking over to
I'm gonna put the energon crate down and set it up so you can put her on it.
She takes the bag and she does this gesture, which you understand as thank you, and she pulls one out and she's like, she looks at all of you, pops it in her mouth.
I think our Micronus Prime has been here the whole time.
She looks at you and her eyebrow goes up like, what? Huh?
This one manipulated my arc energy, which would be devastating to almost anyone else, and she wielded it like it was nothing.
Shockwave steps forward. The little one hasn't really paid attention to notice him yet. She sees this one optic coming at her and she freaks out and starts scrambling backwards. She starts to fall off the crate. Is anybody going to try and catch her?
Yeah,
I would like to.
Yeah,
somebody's hand's got to get...
I mean, I'm closest, so I'll go in for a dex throw. Do you want me to do just a dex check or a saving throw?
Just do... Nah, she's not too high up, so just do a dex throw. It's a dex save kind of thing or whatever.
As this happens, Matrix,
17.
I want you to deploy an emotional support scraplet for her, because she at least knows the scraplets I have are friendly.
Yeah, and she sees... She kind of falls backward right into your hand, Gilgamesh, and as you do, you see the little scraplet come down. She literally hugs your thumb again, and she's hugging the scraplet. You can kind of see the scraplet's getting kind of crushed, and she's freaking out. You just hear her beeping randomly. Nobody understands her, though. She's just babbling at this point.
I'm just trying to like comfort her in my hand, just like, no, it's not the same one. This one's different.
You can feel her shaking. She is scared. Guy gets up. You see her close the compartment and gently put back the specific item. And
I'll just kind of cradle her since she's scared. I'll just kind of cradle her in my hand since she.
I'm
Shockwave.
scared
going
right now.
to explain the situation to her in Minicon. That this is not the big bad shockwave. This was a shockwave that was being used by the other shockwave.
Shockwave immediately backs up. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to scare you. I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt anybody. I'm only helping now. I have. If you saw me before, I'm sorry. I wasn't in control. And he looks like he's kind of fumbling. And I'm like, you guys are seeing again this whole different shockwave. And Sky kind of comes up. It's like, look, he's not the same guy. And you're saying the exact same thing in Minicon though. So she doesn't understand what you're saying, Void Striker, but it's like back and forth, and she is like curling your fingers around Gilgamesh to hide a little bit, and your Scrapper Void Striker isn't going to be the same. Sorry, it's a little dented up and bent because she squeezed the crap out of it. She kind of looks around the fingers, and her little optics are looking, and you hear her beep a few times. And Carbine's like, yes, he's a good one. Not bad. That's why he's white. He's from another universe. And he's kind of explaining. She looks at you, Void Striker. Maybe you could get through to her. She's still shaking in your hand, Gilgamesh. You can feel it.
I'm just kind of gently with one finger, just stroking the back of her head, just trying to calm her down.
I'm purposely gonna kneel down and continue explaining to her slowly so she can understand.
She will. Hang on. Let's see if she's going to. Okay, we're going to use this one now because that was with this very specific roll. She is still frightened right now. She just sees this big one optic bot that she's been afraid of and seen before, but not the same color. So she doesn't understand though. And does Shockwave still have the map, right? I don't think
as far as I'm aware.
Okay, he's standing there holding it, and he kind of goes, "It like, I am not here to hurt. See no guns. Do you know what this is?" And he's kind of saying it like, I don't know if she understands me, and he's just trying to describe. This is something from your guys. We don't really have too much of what we call minicons. We have mini bots. This guy's like, yeah, these are different here. And
I'm gonna ask the little one if she's willing to hold and look at the map.
She's looking, still watching Shockwave, but she kind of turns her head, but her optics don't divert from him. And she kind of nods nervously. And
I'm gonna put my hand out towards Shockwave because at this point I don't think she's gonna accept it from him.
And he's like, here, and he carefully, and he backs away. He's like, I don't want to cause you any harm. And he goes, I'm just gonna sit down over here. And you see Shockwave very carefully and slowly, and he keeps his hands visible. He goes, not gonna do anything.
I'm gonna put the map and the glasses, because as far as I have the glasses, onto the crate next to where Gilgamesh is holding the little one.
And I'll just kind of close up my fingers so she doesn't have a way to really look at him without going around my hand.
She slowly steps from your hand, but she doesn't let go of your thumb. She's literally just still, she's got one hand on. You can feel her little hand holding your big old thumb to her, and she's hesitant. She's looking at the map. She sees the optics, and she kind of is looking, trying to almost see around your hand, but she's caution. So she takes a step forward and she walks over and she looks at this ball and she's asking generally, what is this? Now, Void
It's a map.
Striker, yeah, Void Striker, you're only the only one that's understanding still. So she kind of looks at it. She starts walking around it slowly.
So other people can understand. I'm also going to do a live translation of what she says on the window
Okay,
that's still
that's
got up.
perfect. Yeah, that way. As you see this, she's walking around it. She hasn't touched it or anything. She walks over to the optics, the glasses. They're kind of big, but she kind of, and you see she starts flapping like a couple of the lenses up and down on one side, and she starts giggling a little bit, and you hear y'all look funny because she sees all of you through these different colors, and she goes, hmm? And she see her head tip, and she goes, hmm. And she walks up. Now at this point, the map has deactivated, so you don't see that line. She doesn't see it. So she walks up. She touches it. You guys instantly see it glow, and she pulls her hand back. Is it supposed to do that?
We don't know.
And
It hasn't done that for us before.
she slowly, like she very gingerly, she touches it lightly, and then she kind of keeps her hand on it. It glows again, but this time it's giving off that green. And she starts to touch with her other hand, like she's feeling around. She starts to hit the key combo, like she knows it. And her head kind of tips. She taps, and you see her walk around really quickly, still sliding her hand around. You see the glow following, and she taps again. She activates the map, but there's something odd about the map itself. The ball itself starts to shift and change while she's touching it, and she's trying to pull her. You can see her suddenly trying to pull her hand away, and she's like, I can't let go. And she tries to push her other hand on. Now she's got both hands kind of stuck, and it's kind of freaking out. You hear her beeping frantically, and the ball starts to shift and change around. It's transforming in front of you guys. It literally turns into a sort of key. It's still round, but it looks like a key now. And she's able to let go, and it stays like that. And she goes, I'm sorry, did I break it?
No, you didn't break it, little one.
And she taps it a few times with her finger. It wouldn't let me go. Why? And she looks at her hands, looks at it. And she taps, and you can see it glowing every time she taps. And she starts giggling again because it starts glowing every time she taps. So she's just having fun making it glow. And then after a few moments, she jumps back because it transforms back into the ball.
Gilgamesh, I think it might be a safe idea to put that away in your storage.
He'll take it back and he'll put it back into his leg compartment.
Not your leg compartment, the other storage.
Little one's
Give
just
me a
looking.
moment.
Little one's
Not
just looking.
exactly near any walls.
Or at least something that can make a door
I'm
work.
immediately going to point to like 3 different walls.
Yeah, I'm walking over because I'm not near one, so I gotta go walk over to
Well,
one.
he has to find something with a frame, or at least they're of a frame that he can actually use. That's the little bit of
So
an
I'm
issue.
gonna start looking around for where I can do this.
So there is the cave entrance walls, which they do have beams holding up, like there's supports. So you could use in between the beams if you want. You don't have to roll for it. I'll just say you guys can see it because you're there alone. Nobody's distracting you. So.
Yep. So I'm just gonna find where I can do this and open up the portal box.
And you open it up, and the little one's like, you're doing this, and the little one points to you for a moment, and she points at Sky, like up, 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 and she wants to see what's in there, like she wants to look, and Sky's like, me? And she's like frantic. So Sky very carefully picks her up, but keeping her shielded because she goes, sorry. And she kind of like, Shockwave's like, nope, I'm going to stay like this. And she looks in as you're doing this. You walk in there and the little one, you just hear her beeping. Void Striker, you just hear all these questions. What is this? Ooh, this is neat. Is this a whole other room? How does this work? It's bigger on the inside. How did you do that? You just hear all these questions start coming out of her. And they're just flooding. And Sky's just looking at her like, and looks it back at all of you like, I don't know what she's saying.
I'm gonna just look at her and go, would you elect her?
I guess at this point, I don't know what she's saying. And she just keeps
I'm
going
gonna just
on.
point to the live translation box. It's still translating.
I don't know. That's what it is. And Sky just kind of looks like, ask them.
So
And-
Gilgamesh will open up the portal box. He'll just kind of like look at the key turned ball, and then he's just gonna just toss it in.
And she watches it roll in. Who picked up the glasses, though? Because they're still sitting on that crate.
I will pick them up and bring them over.
Well,
Yeah, you can keep...
Yeah,
you can-
either that or Carbine and take them back.
Yeah, it doesn't
She had
matter.
'em.
Yeah, Carbine's not arguing about it. She's like, no, I've just been carrying them, so it's okay. She really doesn't, outside of what she's
As far
known.
as where Voice Rider is concerned, these glasses are part of the Prime's legacy, and they should be put in a safe location, just like the other two Prime legacies we currently have in our possession.
So, you guys could put the glasses in there with it, with the rest of the items, or you can carry them. It's up to you.
I'm gonna put them in there safely on a empty spot on one of the shelves if there is any.
Nah, it's just a pile of stuff all over the place.
Yeah, this
They
is
never
a
put
pocket dimension.
they
It's
never
not
put
really
shelves in.
organized into shelves.
Then I'm gonna like find some like
This
scrap
is-
from outside, make a quick little box to protect the glasses, and then put it in the box, and then the box in there.
Let me put it to you this way: this is not a pocket dimension you want to be closed into either.
Yeah, you don't want to be there. The little one's
So
just
we're
still...
not going into this thing to make renovations, okay? I'm just gonna tell you that right now.
Again, I'm gonna make a box, put the glasses in the box, and then put the box in there.
So while you two are doing that, you hear the little one beeping away, but she stopped. And she's only beeping a little bit, but she's talking directly to Sky, but Sky is like trying to read the screen, and it's like, so he is from your universe, and she's pointing directly at Shockwave now, but they're far enough apart that she's not freaking out right now. And Sky's reading it, and she's, yes, he is. He's like my Shockwave from the universe I came from. He's really good. He's a sweet bot. He doesn't hurt anybody. He's always helped everyone. And you see a little one thinking like, So she starts beeping toward Shockwave. So, you're not bad. You good? And Shockwave has to look up at the screen, and he's like, no, I don't want to hurt anybody. I'm here to help. I mean, I might hurt those who are trying to hurt all of us. I mean, they saved me from being controlled anymore. Have you seen... Well, you've probably seen a version of me. Your version here. And the little one just kind of turns her head and cocks it, like... And she's like, yeah. And he has to keep... Again, everybody's reading the screen. And he slowly gets up. Is it alright if I come closer? And the little one kind of taps on Sky's hand, and can we go closer? And Sky carefully walks up, and you can see the little one tap again, like, stop, please. They're about 10 feet from each other. And Sky's just holding her. It's like, I won't let him... Nobody's going to hurt you. He's not going to hurt you. And he leans down. I guess I'm going to have to adopt a different name here, because it seems if I keep using my name, I'm going to have a lot of problems. And also, I guess white and this isn't going to work, is it? And the little one's like, yeah, if you're going to be here, we need to fix this. And you see her step back and do this little pose like she's thinking. If you're such a good bot, we need to change you up. And the one optic thing's going to give you away. And it, it's cute to watch because she's sitting there, but you hurt any of my friends. And she stops and you hear her cut off when she says friends. No, this is my family. You hurt them. I might be small, but I will destroy you. You see a little Apex, or it's not Apex in this one. It's Atlas armor on her back still. That little shield-like thing. And you can see her tapping it with her finger lately. Like, I will use this.
Gilgamesh, we need to discuss what we're going to do with the little one. We're not in a position to send her back, and she's not in a position to go with the infiltration team.
She turns around because she hears you. What do you mean? I'm small. Who could see me?
It's because of her and what you are, little one. We can't risk the bad shockwave getting you.
Why?
Don't get me wrong, you can join us in the fight as long as you stick with one of us at all times.
But what do you mean, who am I? I don't...
I'm going to sit down and just explain that we think she's the inheritor of my Cronus Prime. Well, voice record does at least.
But I don't want to be... I just want to be me, and you can see
You
her
are
really...
you. It just...
She's really...
You are you, little one. It just means you're more... Voice Record's Pope's gonna laugh by saying this, because he's literally quoting Optimus Prime here. It just means you're more than meets the eye, little one.
The line comes out, but I'm not the one saying it. Yay! And the little one's sitting there like, but what does this mean? Does this mean I have to...
It means you have a power that's yours and yours alone you can learn to use, which can then be used to, and I'm going to point to the other minicons, help bring your people back, so you choose. The choice is yours. No one's going to force you to do it.
It also means that she would be the only one who could open the gate. Because, as far as we're aware, the evil Shockwave took Optimus Prime. And as far as where the other Primes are, we have no idea.
It just means you're very special to the point that the Bat Shockwave will do anything in its power to get you. We just want to make sure you're safe.
So I am important, but
You've always been important. I've never met a single person who isn't important.
I'm so small, and what do I do? I mean, I want to fight, and I want to help, and I want to...
You have your armor. Use it when you believe it's needed, but otherwise try to stick with one of us.
She takes it off her back and looks at it, but it only lasts so long, and I mean,
That's why you use it when you when the situation is over, if you want, I'm sure me, Gilgamesh, and Overload wouldn't mind helping you train to try and use it for longer.
Okay, it's just, this is a lot, and it's a lot of stuff I have to...
If you like, you can stick with me or Overload, because Gilgamesh needs to infiltrate.
Yeah, I don't want to cause problems, but... And you can see her really hesitating, and it's like you can see the gears in her head really just working, like she's trying to figure this, like, I'm responsible for all this, and now I'm a pivotal point, and she just wanted to be there for all of you in some way to help.
I mean, if we think about
Well,
this logically,
this is that moment.
If we think about this logically, it would make sense for her to be with Void, since he's most likely to be in the back lane than me or Gilgamesh. But it would also make sense she possibly come with me, since with her power being able to last for a certain amount of time, same with mine, she could learn a thing or two from the standpoint of me.
Both are excellent points. If she's with me, she can help by using some of the weapons I have in my stationary modes. If she's with you, she can potentially learn. I'm going to look at the little one and go, the choice is yours, ultimately.
So yeah, it's more, do you wish to be supportive or be at the front line?
I um I I I don't know. And she starts. You can actually hear her start to cry. I I just I don't know. I don't. I didn't want to be responsible for all this, and I just wanted help.
You're not responsible.
And she's kind of visibly just freaking out now. She's still standing in Sky's
You've
hand.
just learned that you effectively have a planet on your shoulders, the legacy of the minicons. That does not mean you have to bear that weight alone. You have, as you put earlier, family.
You see her straighten up a bit. Yeah, you've all given me home and lollipops, and she has one in her hand, and she kind of sticks it in her mouth, and it'll be all good. I mean, I'll do what I can, but I yes, I'll go with you, Void Striker. It probably would be best if he gets a hold of that key. I don't know what it does. I I don't really even know who I am. You guys keep calling me Little One.
Then,
That's all I know I am, is Little One.
look, do you feel like you have a name within your spark? Or would you like us to attempt to give you one?
I don't know. I I don't know about that right now. Let's I'll just go with you. And she kind of clams up a little bit. She doesn't want to talk anymore. She's just kind of standing there for a moment, and she kind of just looks at you like, let's go ahead and I'll.
At this point, I'm purposely going to take my crossbow off my arm, put it into a like mounted weapon configuration, and put it on my shoulder for her.
She taps on Sky's hand. Could you please? And Sky's like, yeah.
I'm
Just-
purposely going to kneel down because guys,
yeah,
tall.
you're tall. You're both you and Overload are tall. So she kind of, you feel her climb up. Sky kind of boosts her up in there, and she climbs up in. I've never done this. This is different.
I'm going to give a little holographic screen in front of it, giving her step-by-step instructions on how to use the crossbow.
And she goes, okay, so this one is to shoot. Which way are you aiming right now, Void Striker?
I'm
Like
because I'm assuming she's going to be, test firing it even by accident. I'm perhaps going to aim my body away with like the holographic targets for her to shoot at.
I was gonna say good because I'm like, if you're still aiming towards somebody, somebody's gonna have to do a little
But yeah, I'm going to
damage
put up a
control
little
here.
holographic target practice for her to practice while everybody's getting ready with the shuttle.
Oh shit. Okay. As you turn, she accidentally fires off a shot, and it's going to pass Overload's head. And she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." Comes out, and it's in big letters across the screen. She rolled it. I mean, I could have had it worse. She rolled so low. She is going to take another shot at one of the holographic things, and she starts getting a little. She gets a few shots, and she goes, I'm going to need to probably get used to this. I think I'll be okay, though. Shockwave kind of approaches. Well, if there's anything I can help you with, I will try. But I think I'm going to have to adopt a new name as them eventually. And he kind of gestures to his whole body. And look,
Why don't you go with light wave, since your white is pretty close to the color of light wavelengths?
this guy's like, hey, that's a good one. I will try it for a while. But my look, and he gestures to his head, is very similar to. He goes, maybe I should take this off, and he takes a few moments, and you see him reach around his head, and you hear clink, clink, clink,
Hey,
clink.
look. I'm gonna say this out of character. Senator Longarm makes his appearance.
He lifts his helmet off, and he goes, "Oh, I'm usually wearing this most of the time for scientific uh, study, but..." And he literally puts it onto his chest, and it flattens out and comes around. You still see the one optic, but it's blended in with the rest of his chest plate, and it makes him look way different now. But you look at him, and you see two optics and a face, and he goes, better? And Sky's like,
Much.
wow, I haven't seen your face in a long time. And he's like, so light wave it is. Nice to meet all of you now. And he's like, um, and you see the little one, Void Striker, you can feel her like, okay, this is weird. You just had, and okay, I can get used to this. I like you a little more. That's all you hear. It's like you all see this being typed up on the screen. This guy just starts laughing a little bit, and the little one just giggles. Do you want a lollipop? And she holds up this tiny lollipop, and Lightwave kind of just leans up, and he takes it. Yes, I would like one. Thank you, little one. And he puts this tiny thing in his mouth. And he goes, these are really good. You make these for bigger bots?
I'm immediately gonna pull out the bigger version.
He's like, ooh, I got my own now. And he kind of like cheers toward the little one, and the little one's like, you hear her giggle. And she's a little more relaxed now, and everything a little calmer. You know she is still conflicted about everything with this being all this responsibility on her. She just is trying to manage. Lightwave looks around. Well, you two, and he looks at you, Gilgamesh and Sky, and we're gonna have to get you going. That shuttle should be leaving here shortly, and if it's not loaded, they usually send a squadron here.
I'm assuming all the cargo containers have already been loaded.
Yeah, during this time, he will quickly load them up with all your guys' help, and he goes, these two right up here are the best spots. Should be more shielded. You shouldn't have to be in the pods, but it gives you room to work and also a hiding spot. And you can see that at the front of the shuttle, it would look like there's a cockpit or something, or a spot you can close a door. And he's like, these are not very big, but they're enough room that you could both fit in there if you needed to. And he leans forward to both of you, and there's going to be a lot of guards, so be careful.
Sky, just to let you know, I've sent over programs for Wavelink to support you while you're up there, and I will keep Drift safe. Don't worry.
You better. And Drift is kind of standing off to the side, and he goes, dude, good luck. Come back. I'll know if something's wrong. And Sky leans down and kind of kneels, and she's like, fist bumps him. Hey, we got some surfing to do. And they hit. Wavelength looks at you, Void Striker, in a little palace cat form on Sky's shoulder, and she's like, I will make sure to run these programs efficiently and effectively, as long as we don't get caught.
I'm gonna nod at her in ancient Cybertronian. I'm gonna go. Just remember, keep yourself safe.
She responds back in the same language. Always. Or, I'll just pound them. You swear she's grinning, but she's not. You can't tell in her palace cat form. She just looks angry, or at least grumpy. Carbine's on your shoulder, Gilgamesh, and she's like, well, we better get ready to go.
We should have everything we need, so he just looks over to Sky. You ready?
No, but have to be ready. You can see what looks like she's taking a deep breath, and she's like, and you see her pulse with energy, and then it calms back down, and she's like, "Let's do this." And she's walks out the cave door, and you guys are all out there. You see the shuttle. You see the space. Do you guys want to? You're just going to climb in, right? You're not going to get in the pods, even though they're set there. They're ready to go if you need them.
Yep, we're gonna remain outside the pods until necessary.
And
While they're doing that, I would like to build like a proper doorway ready for when we put down our side of the portal.
Yeah, because we'll need to set ours first, and then Gilgamesh's.
Wasn't it Gilgamesh's first, then ours? Because he needs to put the
It's the
point.
opposite way. Because our way, if we do it us first, we're able to enter through. But when Gilgamesh puts his down, it's our entry.
we'll
but he
make
can't
it
go
work.
out.
We'll make it work.
You made it purposely confusing.
Yeah, it's. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
We'll make it work.
which,
We
you
got
know,
this.
Which I understood it.
Others might comment, I don't care.
Well, every time it's been explained to me, it's been explained to me in a different way, and the order is always different. On what
I
needs to be
know.
put down.
That's why I start laughing, because I'm like, oh, I'm not going to go through this again. We're gonna fix it as we go, or wing it, okay?
We're gonna take the Bethesda route. It just works.
Yep.
Why,
That,
why do you think
Yep.
why do you think I've always wanted to fucking modify it so it's not confusing?
yeah.
We're totally not Bethesda. It
But I
just
never
works.
got the
Yeah,
chance.
it just... Shut up. It just works, okay? There. I fixed it. So you guys are getting in the shuttle. We're not discussing. You got plenty of material to build a doorway for this stuff. Okay, there you go. Got it? Good? But no, you guys have plenty of materials because of all the stuff that's still in the cave that's there. You can build it wherever you want to within the cave.
What would you like me to roll? Like Smith tools, considering I'm technically building a door.
Yeah, go ahead and do Smith's tools. It'd be fine. Because you are just building a doorway. Yep.
It's a very nice doorway.
Is
It's the
it
perfect doorway.
is it ornate? Does it have symbols? Does it have...
It is symmetrical.
With that number, can I
is
modify it to be a
load-bearing.
deployable door frame for overload, so it collapses and uncollapses?
It would have to
I'll
be...
roll again if you like.
Yeah, you're gonna have to roll pretty good to do that. It would have to
So,
compact for him to carry it.
Add that.
Jesus Christ.
About that.
Okay,
That's
so
above a 30.
so you create this doorway. It's still a little big, but it's compact enough that he can carry it on his back somehow for right now until you modify it to make it even smaller to transform down smaller. Jesus. Roll any higher. We're not doing the
There you go.
D100 thing. Okay? I'm afraid to
There you
ever
go,
ask
but
for that.
that should make using it a little better.
So you got the doorway set. Everything's ready to go. You guys hop on the shuttle. And I'm going to do this real quick if I can find it. Where'd it go? Oh, God, don't tell me I deleted it. No. Ooh, please, no. So, this is a big-ass map. You guys are on the shuttle. Sky is with you. I'm going to turn off the weather sound because you're floating in space right now.
In space, nobody can hear you scream.
Yeah, pretty much.
Unless you're on the right radio frequency.
True. So, you two are floating. You feel the shuttle shudder a bit before the doors close. Shockwave, or not shockwave now, lightwave. He looks at his arm console for a moment and he goes, "Yep, it's going to get ready to go. Be prepared. It will be a rough ride getting out of here with the wind." And you see the doors on the sides close up. You guys are inside. It's a white light at first, and all of a sudden it goes red. Just because you're in the darkness. You guys from the outside, you see the shuttle start to move and lift off. You can tell it's got weight because it's when it first came in, These things usually would be a little more nimble. This thing's got some weight to it. You guys feel the shuttle from the inside start to move forward. You guys outside are watching this thing take off and go out and leave. Lightwave looks at his arm console. He goes, should be. Yep, there it's deviating. You guys feel it maneuver. I need you guys to make a strength check. I'll do one for Sky. So, Gilgamesh, give me a strength check.
Okie dokie.
You should be fine. Oh, she's going to be fine too.
Yeah.
She's holding on tight. She sees you kind of bounce, and she grabs your side and pulls you closer to her to hold you. And I'm gonna make another strength check for that. Oh shit! Damn, I'm rolling good for her. Gee.
Want me to try one more time?
Yeah, go for it. That way you can stabilize.
Okay, 13. So
that's
I'm
good.
a little more stable.
Yeah, she's still holding on to you too, and she goes, "Okay, that was a little rougher than I expected." Whew. You okay? And
Yeah.
you're both
I'm fine.
You could feel Carbine's kind of tight wrapped around you, and she loosens up a little. Sorry. And even Wavelength's like, ooh, okay, that was not fun. And you guys are feeling it. The rest of you are down on the planet waiting, and you just hear the wind whipping around. You guys can go back in the cave for the time being. Lightwave goes, nobody else should be here, but we might want to stay out of sight just in case, and he points straight up if anybody's watching. So, you guys are down there doing that thing. You two are headed toward the station. You feel the...
How long do we have till we arrive at the station?
Well, here's the fun part. You feel the shuttle suddenly lurch. Thankfully, you guys are holding on. You feel it suddenly accelerate, like almost boom.
Like we just hit light speed or something?
Mm-hmm. You are shot what feels like through space. Sky is like, what was that? Wavelengths, I think
Felt like we just jumped to warp or something.
We might be in light speed. Or at least close to that. You can see her optics, her little palace cat eyes. You can see the coding running. She's doing equations. Yes, we've seemed to have accelerated almost instantly. I'm surprised we're not at the backside of this in pieces. Carbine kind of agrees with her. She goes, yes, this was jarring. And Wavelength's like, jars have nothing to do with it. And you can hear in your head for a moment, Gilgamesh, oh jeez, she doesn't understand that. And Sky's
not how it would work anyway. So
yeah, she's like, I know, it's just expressions. For a moment, you have this personal conversation.
Like, we're like, I'm just like with Carbine, like, no, like we're in agreement. Like they're wrong in their science.
Yeah, it's just she's just, you can feel her head just like tip down, like, oh jeez, okay, whatever. And Wavelength's still doing equations and stuff, and she's like, at this rate, we should be. And all of a sudden, you feel the shuttle lurch forward instead, like it's slowed down instantly. And she's like, whoa, I need you to both make... I'm going to have Sky do the same. Do another strength check real quick.
Here I go. Oh, wait, that was a strength save. Hang on. 8?
That's okay. Sky didn't do very well either. Actually, hang on. I got to do some rolls for 2 others real quick. Okay. Carbine is still holding on to you. She's wrapped around you pretty tight, so she doesn't come loose, but you and Sky kind of hit the front of the shuttle panel, and it's like, oof! You don't take any damage, you just thud into it really hard. Wavelength looks like, the comical cat against the wall.
Just thud.
Yeah,
Ow.
And she's kind of flat there for a moment. She's like, oh, that hurt. And you swear she starts sliding down back onto Sky's shoulder, and she plops down. she's still kind of facing the wall, and she kind of shakes her head, and the little tufts of her ears move.
Oh, I think I dislocated a servo.
She kind of falls backward and looks up. She turns her head to Sky. That hurt. And Sky's like, yeah, what was that? Ow, and she rubs her head.
The shuttle doesn't seem to have very good inertial dampeners.
Well, I don't think it's meant for passengers. Wavelength kind of pipes in. And she sits up and she kind of turns and rolls over. Her little fluffy tail whips around, and Sky's like, tail. And you see her tail flopping in front of Sky's face, and she's like, sorry, coming around. Ugh. And she flops her big fluffy butt down, and she kind of wraps back around Sky again. She goes, I'll do this. And she kind of tries to mimic Carbine, but this is a bigger, fluffier in a sense. She's still smaller than Carbine, but she's still a big fluff ball. So she kind of looks like a fur wrap with a lot of fur around the back of her neck. You guys feel the shuttle start to maneuver around. You start to hear what sounds like thrusters or something, not from the shuttle. And
Can we
Wavelength,
see anything from the cockpit at all?
no, it's actually all sealed up.
Okay.
So
No
it
windows.
looks like it looks like a cockpit, like it should have, but it doesn't. It's all automated. Wavelength and Carbine, but Wavelength is the one who picks it up. Hold very still, power down as low as you can. And Sky's like, okay. And you see her lights dim and everything, optics, everything powers quietly down. Carbine follows suit.
Gilgamesh will just sit down in a bit of a meditative, like sitting position, and power down.
And the most you guys see is your optics lightly glowing, because even the lights that were in the shuttle have turned off, so it's dark in there. But you got your night vision, but right now you're not using it. But you can just see the glow, light glow. Suddenly you see lasers come through, like they're scanning everything. And then you hear the thrusters break off. See. Oh, sweet. Wavelength's like, we're all clear. They didn't pick us up. Impressive that we weren't detective. Yay. And she's kind of like doing a little cheesy yay. Nothing fancy.
Not my first time slipping past security.
And Sky kind of sits there and grins. Not mine either. Kind of giggles a little bit. And she starts to power back up along with Carbine and Wavelength. You all come back up, and you feel the shuttle suddenly kind of move and maneuver around, and you feel it come into this, like, you feel it landing on something. Not hard, like super hard. It's like you can feel it gently kind of come down and gingerly touch. As you do, you feel the shuttle kind of shift a little bit and turn. Oh crap, I forgot to put icons on here for you guys. And at least you guys can't see this map yet. So
No scuff live on stream, except there is, because I'm watching your stream.
shut up. Shut up. You see nothing.
Hey, at least you don't scuff as much as Monarch.
I mean, no one can scuff as much as Monarch.
I do have an
Monarch
icon.
scuffs just by looking at her computer.
Okay.
Well, that's what you get when you don't save your OBS settings and restart it every time you fix it.
What makes it even worse is her stream computer is the computer, like her stream computer tower is the one that's on the bottom, and her personal tower is the one sitting on top of it.
No, she changed that. Like, it's
Oh,
no
she
longer
changed that?
stacked up. Yeah, like she's talked about that. Like, they're no longer stacked up like that anymore.
Thank God.
Okay, I know I have an icon for Sky somewhere in here, and I don't know where I put it. So, oh, no, there it is. I just found it. I need to fix her icon, too. I don't know why they come out transparent on me sometimes. So
I mean, I like the
I
transparent
think
effect.
it's just like
Oops.
by default, like there's like some transparency to it.
So I'm just gonna put here.
I'm almost certain there's a way to fix it.
Let me see if I can. How do I do the lighting again on here? Jesus, I turned off the other lighting. If that worked or not? Nope, it did not. There it is. There. Now I should be able to do this. And then I'm going to switch map tab. And I have to find the map on here. Dang it. Okay. Dave, you should be able to see that map now. I hope. You're on the far right.
Oh, I gotta zoom out and find it.
Far right.
Oh yeah, there it is. I gotta zoom in.
Oh, and I also probably have to give you... Oh, no, you should have permissions on it, right? Nope.
Whoa, black map. I can't see shit.
Yeah, you guys aren't allowed
You gotta go
to.
to the far right to actually see it, and then.
Oh, I
go-
know where things are,
Yeah.
but I don't have an icon on the map because we're not here, so it's all black. Oh no, that's one room.
Oh yeah, so
I see a room.
you have to watch the stream then to see what's happening.
The only thing I can see is the shuttle. That's it. But that's
yeah,
fine.
for now.
I'm only reading webcomics until I'm here. I'm not needed, so I don't need
Yeah.
to pay attention.
No,
until,
you guys
know,
are not
I'm
here
there.
yet, and I have to remember to get your icons, so I forgot to put them on. I was so busy with everything.
Well,
like,
there's
crap.
no point in putting them on until we're there.
Yeah. So
Unless you want to scratch them in the shuttle until we're there.
maybe we'll see. Well, it actually might be best if I did that really fast, so I can not have to go look for you guys.
Yeah, then we'll just be there.
I'm gonna tuck you right here, and then where'd Overload go? There it
I'm gonna
is.
put myself in the engine. Whoa.
Oh, good, you do have control. Sweet. Okay.
Yeah. That's why I did that, to make sure I had control over it.
Thank you for doing that, because I'm making your icons just a tiny bit bigger so they're easier to grab.
I mean, I'm zoomed all the way in at
well.
162%, so...
All right, so I need to have sound.
Anyway, I found a perfect place to put my icon. I found a circle on the shuttle. I'm in the circle.
it technically is, I just use that as a shuttle. It's not really a shuttle, but it works as a shuttle, so we're using it as a shuttle.
I mean,
Well,
yeah,
I've kinda figured.
it's a good size.
You
know,
look
right
for a
up here,
cargo
the
shuttle.
tail. I'm pretty sure this is like a hover transport or something, but up
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
and then
Like
it
a big-
edges down here.
Like a giant
And then-
APC.
Circle.
No, I don't want that. I need it. Where'd it go? I'm trying to give you sound.
I'm having fun just trying to fit myself perfectly in this circle. Don't mind me. There we are. I am the circle.
Oh, for crying out loud. Give me a second here. You know what? Let's try it from here. It is not.
But good luck,
working.
Dave. I hope you get as far in as you can before you're detected.
Okay, I would have sound, but for some reason this stupid thing is acting up again. So
Oh, it was working for me.
was it?
Yeah, the goal is to try and get in as far as I can before I
If you guys can hear it for now,
drop a
then
portal
we'll-
in.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Or I can do something really dumb.
Oh yeah, I hear it.
I just cannot hear what is happening. Give me a second. Let me try this. You're gonna see when. Yeah. You guys get to see me jump through hoops. Pre-order the new core rulebook. No.
About that, Chief.
I wait until somebody puts a PDF up. Oh, did I say that? Oh.
Whoops.
Give it a second. There we go. And I'll move this back over. Nobody needs to see that part of the map. Okay, that should still be playing, hopefully. Or is it? Oh, now it's going to work for me. Okay. I had to stop it and start it. Okay. All right. So, sorry. You guys landed on there, and the side compartment opens up. you guys are still hidden kind of by the pods. You hear a couple drones talking, but you can't see them yet. You just hear them, oh, great, another load to unload, put it into this cargo area, unless it's those pods, which, dude, I don't like going into that area. It's very uncomfortable. And you hear the other one, look, all we have to do is take them in there, put them down. Whoever comes and gets them, as long as we don't have to go to that part of the station, we are fine. He's like, you hear them kind of talking back and forth about this stuff. And it's, look, we'll get to this stuff in a moment. The shuttle isn't leaving for a while. We can tell it to stay until we get this other stuff sorted. So you know they're busy doing something else outside of that shuttle right now. Sky kind of leans over. Think we can see better out there? Because this is, from the angle, I can only see. And you guys literally, I need to make sure, I hate this, I have to change it. From where you're at, you really would only see down here. Yeah, I'm part of this. There we go.
So they haven't like stepped into the shuttle, right?
No. You can tell they're a little distance away, but it's pretty quiet in this hangar. It seems like what you guys are seeing from where you're at, you can see some cargo containers of some sort, and it looks like some other materials, but you hear them talking about pods, like the ones you guys are next to.
I like to like stealth like around the corner, kind of looking out the door if I could.
Okay, go ahead and do a stealth. I need to switch this so everybody can see that.
All right.
No,
34.
holy shit! Yes, nice. Let's see. Sky is just gonna sit back anyway, but you're in front of her, so she can't really. It's like I said, tight space, so she's letting you go, and you can just feel her hand on your back lightly, like be careful. So you look out the door, you can see, and actually I'm gonna open this all up. You can see the two drones. They are moving and doing some stuff with some crates that are by the doorway. They're not looking in your direction, so their backs are turned to you.
Okay, I guess we're gonna have to do
And they are oblivious.
Quick with this. I'm going to hand Sky one of the stasis blades.
She takes it carefully from you. She looks at it for a moment, and she nods quietly. She doesn't say a word. She knows what you mean.
I'm gonna just like hand gesture, go for left. I'm gonna take the one on the right.
She nods to you. She steps out with you a bit. They can't hear you. They're oblivious. They're making their own noise. You just hear the drones talking. Yeah, that part of the station. Did you hear that scream the other day? Oh, that was freaky, dude. And they're talking like they're just general bots in a sense. And Sky kind of looks over at you, looks at them, and holy shit. Do you want to try and take them out now?
Yep. We're gonna do a stealth takedown of these two.
All right, on your call.
What do you want me to roll for it? Because I do not have.
You will have advantage.
This is an attack.
Shit. Roll me a d20. Just roll straight up d20, because that's all I did for Sky anyway.
Nat 20.
Holy shit. Both of you! That's why I said a moment ago. Both of you nat 20 it. Describe how do you want to describe how you want to throw it, or you just want to throw it at him and him?
Any particular... Dave?
No, we're gonna like straight up
what the
like
chances do that?
Stealth, like stab him, like kind of like what I did with Widow, where we got him like right in between the shoulder and the neck.
Oh, keep him from talking.
We're covering their mouths and pulling them out of sight.
So you both make your way up to them. They are oblivious. The one's like, dude, man, maybe we should go get something to drink. I mean, I need some energy. He's like, no, we can wait for a few more moments. We got to get this
And
stuff
we're
moved.
we're taking them down, and we're gonna put them like behind the
Tuck
crates
the-
over here.
Yeah, they're stacked. All these crates are pretty tall. You see a lot of stuff around you guys. You walk up. You literally, they do not hear you, do not see you. This place is lit up, but it's not super bright. It's got that gloomy, dark look to it, somewhat. Sky just looks at you and she grins, and she follows suit and does the exact same thing you do. They don't even get a chance. They go down and they're out. And you guys can you can drag them around. They're out of the fight. At this point, they're just done. So they're back here somewhere. I need to adjust their icon because one's in the crate. So I'm just going
Yeah,
there.
and
There we
I'll
go.
move my icon where
Yeah.
I'm gonna be here.
Sky looks back over at you. She's grinning, and she goes, "That was fun. I haven't done that in a long time."
Gilgamesh got a little bit of a smile on his face, but he's not really gonna say much, and he's going over to the console by the door.
She sees you do that. Wavelength kind of is looking down, and Carbine's like, "Is that a security panel?" And Wavelength's looking at it. Oh, great. That's a lot of security. And she's looking at the door, which is big. Wavelength just like,
I'm putting Carbine down the console to let her work, and he's gonna just kind of look around the room to make sure it's totally cleared.
Carbine doesn't even transform out of her clerical form. She sits there, little tentacle arms start to go to work, and you see her paws like pushing on some of the buttons, and she goes, give me a second. And Wavelength kind of taps on Sky's shoulder, and Sky kind of takes this fluffy ball off her shoulder, and she lowers her down. And Wavelength comes over. I think Void Striker gave me some programming that will help with this. And she goes, here, you keep to that. And they start working together in tandem. And you see these two little fur balls just going at it on the... It looks like two kittens just literally playing on a keyboard. But they're sitting there. And you see Wavelength. Oh, here. Beep. And the doors open. And... God, I have to flip back and forth to do this, it seems like. She opens up a set of doors, and you see another set of doors. Actually, let me make sure that's clear so you can see. Wavelength looks around the corner, and Carbine's like, what's the matter? Another set of doors. That's all you hear. They're just sitting there. It's like... Carbine's like, hops down. She looks around the corner. Oh, great. Wavelength looks around. She goes, I think there's a sensor in here that opens up the second set, maybe? But we have to be careful. I don't know what's on the other side of that door. Wavelength's looking around. No, go ahead.
Does the scanner only like scan their like? Is it like scanning physical forms or like?
Just like somebody's there. Like a door, like a motion sensor. Just to open the door. Wavelength kind of looks back at the panel, and she goes, oh, okay. Oh, there's a panel inside, it says. And she hops down, she slowly walks in. Oh, here it is. And you see this little fluff ball kind of reach up with the paw, but she can't touch the panel. It's flat against the wall. And she goes, here it is in the middle. Oh, I see. It's like decompression. And Carbine looks back at you, and she goes, well, we can open the doors, but we don't know what's on the other side. And even Sky's like,
Why would the station be pressurized?
it might not be pressurized. This looks more like... And she taps on one of the doors. Security. These are thick doors. Sky's just looking at you like, why would there be such thick doors? What is he? Wait a minute. She looks back at over at the where you guys put the bodies. Those 2 drones were talking about screams. Do you think he's doing experiments up here?
Most likely.
Carbine just like, oh, great.
Our shockwave has laboratories across the galaxy and beyond. Wouldn't surprise me if he houses a few experiments here as well.
She just goes, yeah, I don't remember too much of anything. If this is where I was at one time, or who else might be here. And she her optics kind of go wide for a moment, like, like, yeah, we don't know what to expect.
Well, either way, we're not going to get any further unless we push forward, so let's see about getting this door open.
Wavelength goes, well, if I could reach the panel, but all you have to do is press that button. And she refers to the little button in the middle of the console. She goes, it just closes this one, opens that one. Sky steps in, but she goes, I'm going to stay to the left.
Gilgamesh is feeling a little reluctant, but he's gonna do the same thing and just kind of go opposite.
Wavelength's like trying to reach up and press the button, but she goes, you can just press that button. And she goes, wait a minute. And she looks up a little higher. She goes, is that a vent? Or an access hatch? And she cocks her head. Let's see, did Carbine actually? No, she didn't see it. Carbine doesn't see it, but Wavelength did. There's a hatch up higher, but it's only big enough for, like, say, them to go through, because they're small enough. Wavelength kind of looks up. One of us could scout this way, but I don't think that would be wise.
No, it's best if we stay together for the moment.
Yeah.
We don't know what kind of traps could be in here.
Wavelength turns around and kind of runs back over to Sky and hops back up onto her shoulder. Sky kind of like getting used to her being there at times. You see her kind of like, okay, just get up here.
Just make a note of it for later. It might be something that we end up having to come across later on.
Well, if I could access a computer, I could maybe find a map of this place. Or at least what accesses where.
Any idea of the structural layout of the place?
Well, so far from what the map has, there should be a large area in front of us. Mostly cargo. Large cargo.
How far until we reach any vital systems? Engineering, power, anything?
Dog barking. Yeah. I don't know who's barking at, but hey. But Wavelength kind of looks at the map and she goes, I'm not sure. There's something beyond directly ahead of us, but it doesn't show what exactly it is. It might be the core of the station. And then, from what Tick said, up, well, to the right, there should be, looks like some kind of stasis room? And then down...
That might have been what those drones were talking about earlier, something about the tubes being moved into a room.
Yes, that's correct. And then to the left is more storage, but there's a blacked out area. It's not labeled.
Well, let's try to move closest to the core as we can so we can drop their portal in and get the rest of the team here.
Yes, that would be most agreeable. So, you want to press the button now?
Yep, if we're all inside, we're gonna go ahead and hit the button.
All right, I want to make sure. So the door opens up, and I'm going to. You guys get to see this. There should make sure that's clear. And then actually need to open this up a little more on that side and this side. Because you're going to see, as you do, you see two drones down at the end. It looks like they're trying to push a large cargo unit into place. You can't hear what they're saying, but you can hear there's a lot of noise going on in here. It sounds like stuff being shuffled around or moved every once in a while, or just the station itself. But there seems to be a bit more noise in here.
I want to kind of get on top of one of these cargo containers and try and get a better view of it. Is there just the two drones in this room?
That you can see right now, yes.
Even when I get up on top of the container?
Wait, where are you? Oh, you're right there. Okay, sorry, I didn't see which container for a moment because it didn't show for me.
Yeah,
I was like, wait a minute.
Icon there, so.
So, as you do, I am going to open that more up, and you're going to see a little over here, and you're not going to be able to see past all those containers because they are tall containers and they are stacked pretty high. But whoops, I need to open this up. You can kind of see what looks like. Let me see. Yeah, you won't see. Oh, what? But you see what looks like there's a guard standing at the door over there. But it seems like he's got his back kind of. He's not turned directly forward. It almost seems like he's looking or talking to somebody else.
So I'm going to ping these 3 targets to Sky so she's aware of their location.
Now she sees the two down there, and she crouched down to kind of make herself smaller and less noticeable because in that corridor right there where the doors are, that's not really lit up a lot. So she's in the darkness. So she's watching them down. She sees the ping from the other one that she can't directly see. So she sees your ping. And you get a confirmation, copy that, but very quietly, like she's whispering it, but she's actually just talking through comms. He's gonna move up and kind of in between these containers.
All right, so because I'm terrible with directions from what you mentioned earlier. You said it was to the left. What, like in this direction, was the stasis room?
No, the stasis room would be up north.
Okay.
The
so
other
that's
cargo
where I'm
is
getting
down
directions
south,
mixed up.
and this is the power. Sorry, when I was doing it, I was looking as wavelength, so my head went, oh, that way.
Yeah, well, it's how
Sorry.
the map would be turned as well,
Yeah.
too. So it's like, what direction are you looking at when you say left? So
Also,
yeah.
I've been looking at a lot of schematics, so my brain just, I gotta remember
No,
that.
it's fine. That's why I had to ask, just so I'm clear in what direction.
that's
Because I want to go in the direction of power.
Okay, I'll try and remember. Up is up on the map, left, down. There we go.
Yeah.
So it's up to you which way you really want to go at this point. But you're going to have to contend with. You have a bit of an advantage because like I said, there's noise going on in here. So you have a bit of coverage with sound.
So what I'd like to do is to kind of like circle around the south wall, like kind of going down here and going around these boxes to get up to right about here.
All right. You're going to do stealth for it still.
Yep, that's fine.
Stealth it up. Stealth it up.
26.
Nice. Very nice. So you can move anywhere over there. Your choice. And do you want Sky
Yep,
to
so
move any particular place too? I'm leaving that choice.
I mean, she can like take her own path to follow me, but I'm basically just gonna like drop down between these boxes, kind of worm my way through, and then just be like kind of like I said, kind of hugging the wall, going around these boxes here until we come up to right about here.
Okay, So you're both still stealth up. Her stealth wasn't as high, but she's coming around slowly, and she notices the panel by this door, and you hear her come across the comms. Hey, this is supposed to be that storage area. Do you want me to check it out?
We'll come back to it for now. Our priority is to get into the room for power so we can disable it.
Alright, I need to do something real quick. Okay, she doesn't see. Alright. She comes around and she follows up behind you, so she worms her way through. She comes up very quietly, and she like just puts your hand on your back. Go ahead, Mercer. It's okay. You two guys are just chilling for right now with light waves.
I'm trying to get you there quickly, so don't worry.
So, Gilgamesh, from your angle right now with your stealth still, you can see the two drones. They look like they're trying to figure out how to move this crate because the lift they're using doesn't seem to be functioning properly. You can hear them kind of, well, just get it fixed, all right? We can get this thing moved. We won't get, disassembled by a you-know-who. And you hear the other one, will you shut up? He might be listening. And they're back and forth. You just hear them kind of arguing, oh, please. If he really wanted to, he would have had me disassembled a long time ago. You just hear them kind of arguing back and forth as they're trying to figure this thing out. Let's just try and get this thing moved. We need to get this crate down into the other storage.
Question, how far are these guys away from me?
They are... Hang on.
Because, I don't have a grid to operate off of.
I'm trying to remember. The grid actually is kind of the... Well, the other side doesn't have it. This one, the grid paneling is actually the squares to a point, but...
Okay, so I'm more than 30 feet.
Yeah, you're about 60 feet from them right now.
Okay.
I gave a little on that because I'm like, it's not exact. So I'm like,
That's fine. I'm just asking for my sake. It's no big deal.
And you do notice these drones are a little bigger, so you know they got to be movers because they really aren't armed with a lot. You can see they've got some blasters, but they're not real big. They're just, you can tell they look like they're more for moving stuff. But you hear them chattering, and they're like, well, why can't we go in the one area down below anyway? We got to put this cargo crate near there. And the other one's like, we're not supposed to go in there. Those are things that we're not supposed to ever touch. If we ever go in there, you will not be disassembled. You will be vaporized. And you just hear him, oh, please. What could be so important in there? He goes, you don't know what's in there? You're higher ranked than me. And the other one's like, well, no, of course I know what's in there. But what do you know of what's in there? And the other one's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like he's playing dumb. And you can hear them back and forth. And Sky's like, what are they talking about?
Not sure. Sounds like there's something pretty unique in the southern section. That cargo area might be worth investigating once we get the rest of the team here.
You see the two drones. They're sitting there. We're going to have to go get another lift from down in the other cargo area. We'll just say there's a malfunction, and hopefully they won't give us a hard time when we get down there. And I gotta remember how many are down here. Well, the other 5 down there, maybe they can come and help us move this thing. And the one in charge, he's like, yeah, whatever. We can't ask those two. They're told to stay and guard a door. And they don't sound like normal drones, but they're doing their thing. So let me see if I can highlight. There we go. To make sure I was doing it right. You see them kind of start to walk off, and they're still bickering. So what do you know about that? What is in there? It's like, you can kind of hear them drift off.
As they're walking off, what direction are they walking off in? Are they walking to the north? Or okay.
There we go. I'll give it so you got a visual so you can see it. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, that helps because
Yeah.
once they're doing that, I'm moving up to the panel over here and getting Carbine to start working on the door.
Sky kind of peers around the corner and kind of moved real quick back to make sure. And you could hear the door to the cargo bay open and close, and you hear them disappear out of sight. And Sky goes, "We're clear." And she moves up to where you were.
This feels off.
Wavelength hops down. She kind of scurries over to you, so it's not Sky and all of you sitting out in the open. Sky stays there watching around the corner to make sure. She's scanning everything. She goes, "You're all clear for now. I don't hear or see anything." Wavelength kind of gets to the console with you, and Carbine hops down. They look at it and they go, "Whoa." Wavelength and Carbine together. No, they still don't. Wow. Okay. The encryption is too high for Wavelength to get through. Carbine, even with Carbine's help, they're both kind of just fumbling through it, and they're going, "This encryption level is way higher."
Really need Kiara around this time, but I don't think she's gonna be able to help me from I don't know how far away we are.
Well, Sky kind of, we can do short comms, but have you noticed we can't do any comms in here? Like, we can't broadcast out. Because she tries
exactly tried.
she goes, "Well, I'm not picking up any other traffic, like we're getting anything in here, or it seems like out even."
Well, if we can't go through the main door, we need to find an alternative route.
Let's see. Oh, Carbine sees it. She notices another vent right near where Sky is, up above her, and she goes, "Well, there's another vent. We can mark that too." And Wavelength only notices it after Carbine tells her. So Wavelength goes back over to Sky, and she kind of hops up. Sky's getting really quickly used to her. She kind of put her arm out to get her up onto her shoulder. Do you notice Sky kind of has to heft her up a little bit? Because Wavelength's a little heavier. Sorry, something was on my side. Sky goes, "Well, we can go down and check the cargo, or we can go up and check this stasis room up above."
Cargo room might be a little more dangerous considering what we've already heard so far. Stasis room might have an alternate route to at least get us to the main power.
As you, oops, at least since these guys need to grab all this thing on, you hear the cargo door down south open up. Sky kind of chimes, "Hey, they're coming back, I think. You better get back over here."
Oh
She
yeah, I'm
coulda
gonna
done-
slip back behind the box.
So as you do, Gilgamesh, you notice, I don't have it. Oops, there we go. Trying to drop them back there. You see 6 bots, the 2 original ones, and then 4 others. And you hear them all, "So you broke the lift." Well, come on. It wasn't all, we didn't do it on purpose. And you can hear them back and forth. And it's like, well, we left the one down there, and he ain't going to be happy doing all that work himself. You're kind of giving us a break. So, you know what? It's a broken lift. Let's fix it. Like,
Gilgamesh is gonna hand gesture for Sky to go down to the south door.
she makes her way around. She ends up just about where the console is. And Wavelength just looks at it and she goes, "Just press the button." She goes, "It's not even encrypted. It's just open the door.
Yeah, just hit the button.
So I will reveal some areas here. So when you guys open it, oops, make sure I got the entire map that you can see. Oops. Oh my god, I actually did put icons on here for you guys. I just found them. The map's that big, so.
Genius.
Yeah. So I'm going to open this all up here for you so you can see. You guys from that doorway, you can see all the way back. This cargo isn't stacked as high. It's about 2 high. So those big cargo containers, there's 2 of them stacked. Some of these other black ones are stacked. The silver ones, there's only 1 row of them, but you could easily walk behind them and nobody'd see you guys. Did you want to look over?
Then just gonna slip in and just kind of hide behind the nearest piece of cargo.
Here we go. I'll open that up. You notice it goes down and you see cargo containers down there. You see these cylinders. You notice there's a wall to your, I'll say left because it's left of your.
Left on the map. Yep.
Yeah, there we go. Sky kind of slips in and she kind of is huddled right behind you. But she goes, oh, let me slip to the other side because I don't see anybody. So she quickly darts over and she starts kind of gesturing like she's going to make her way down. She comes
so
across.
he's going to go around the other side and he's going to
You can squeeze
the other edge of the room here.
Yeah, you see it's a wall. It's pretty solid. Like, even Carbine's like reaching with her tentacle and touching it. She goes, this is reinforced. What's in here? Sky is looking around. She goes, I just see a lot more cargo. I don't see anybody else yet. So she starts making her way down. She throws up a visual from her side, and she kind of goes, I found the one, I think. You start to see more of this. You can kind of see that there, between the cargo containers, there is a console and possibly a door. Sky can kind of see, oops, there we go, a bit of a console also, but it's another one. She comes across, she goes, well, that one seems to be busy doing something. It looks like he's repairing because he's kneeled down and you see some like arcing, like he's welding something. Because the cargo containers that are to your left there are a little bit smaller. You'll have to crouch down if you want to be behind them. But right now this bot has his back to you. He's not really paying attention. He's just working there.
Yeah, so like I'll just kind of like crouch behind one of these containers over here closest to the console and
Sky kind of goes, I'm going to stay right here for the moment and keep an eye on him. Unless you want me to move somewhere else, she's just going to sit there. So when you move up, you're going to see, hey, yeah, there's 2 doors.
all right.
This guy's going to move around.
The door on the far left, I'm assuming, will lead to another room, whereas this one here, that's going to be something differently entirely.
Sky and Wavelength, you hear Wavelength come across the comms. Is that the room they were talking about?
Possibly.
Sky's just kind of like, I'm going to make my way down further. So she's along the back wall. She's making her way around. I can keep her to only so many spaces when I move her, so only time I move her is when we're talking.
I'm gonna move over to here and try to get closer to the drone.
Nope, he's oblivious. Okay.
Cool.
I think the welding he's doing is just so loud he can't hear you.
I should be in good range for a throw.
Oh, yeah, you are. You definitely are.
So, yeah, I'm going to, and I need to mark down the two I already used.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yep, I'm keeping track. I'm going to use one more of the stasis blades, and I'm going to throw it into the back of the dude welding.
Hey, you're working too hard.
You got it.
So-
Yeah, I don't have a throwing attack
So
for this,
just
but
do
it's like D20 plus
Yep.
Dex, I think.
Yeah, shoot. Do D20 and we'll add to it. So what's,
Well, my Dex is plus 5, so that'd be an 11.
alright. Where are you hitting him with it? Or are you trying to hit him? I
Just
should
in
say?
the back. Like, I'm not,
Mm.
like, aiming for a general spot. Like, I'm just, like, his widest point, really.
Alright, so it hits him. He starts to get up. And you see it starts to take effect on him, but he's about to yell out when Sky kind of comes across the top. Shoot, got a good roll for this one. I got lucky on. And she kind of just covers his mouth and holds him there, like, go to sleep, go to sleep. And he kind of falls down slowly, and she just looks up close. And she starts dragging his body around the corner so it's out of sight.
With the room cleared, he's gonna go over to this console over here and have Carbine take a look at it.
As you do, Sky is cleaning up the body here and putting him away, making sure he doesn't, make any noise. Carbine gets down. She looks at the console and she goes, well, this has high encryption, but not that high. And you hear Wavelength, oh, so you do not need my help. Yeah, Carbine, you can swear she rolled her eyes for a moment. No, I'm okay.
Any idea what's inside without having to open the door?
It just says items. And then, oh, we better not shoot in here.
Why?
And she looks up at you, wide eyes, as a caracal form. So you see these big eyes looking at you, kitten-like, and she goes, Energon cubes. Lots of them. This would blow up the station. And she goes, it's stacked floor to ceiling in here. And she goes, do you want me to open the door? It says there's some other stuff in here, but it doesn't tell me what it is.
Yeah, we might as well. It's a risk, but it's a risk we need to take.
Okay, I was working on trying to have an item for it to show. So just use your imagination that there's a bunch of Energon cubes in here. Because there's absolutely nothing in that room. Because I couldn't get the picture to work. So I was mad. I wanted to have an Energon cube, so I was trying to. It was very close, and I wanted to have it in there so it would look really kind of neat, and you'd have something to actually look at. And also, there was supposed to be a few other items that didn't work either, so I was not too happy. So just use imagination that you open the door and you just see all around. I'm just pinging stacks and stacks of Energon. And these are not the small cubes, these are the big cubes, and if you make a pew-pew in here, you're all dead.
Yeah, imagine I'm an Energon cube. There you go.
Yeah, pretty much. But here in the center of the room, You see two pedestals.
I'll put my thing back.
Thank you for that representation. But you see two pedestals, and they're kind of, it looks like it's frosted glass almost, or like it's kind of something. You see items in there, you just can't really define what they are. Even Sky is like, what are those? And she kind of moves closer to the door, but she doesn't go in.
So they're frosted glass domes on these pedestals.
Mm-hmm. There's two of them. They're kind of just in the center of the room, being surrounded by all this energon that's sitting there.
How cold is the room?
It's not cold at all. It just looks like it's cold.
Well, no, I was gonna
Yeah.
do a thing to test something, but okay.
I mean, you still could if you want to.
No, it had to be cold in order for it to work.
Oh, okay. Do you want to?
That's what I was asking. What was the temperature of the room? I want to investigate the pedestal, see if I can find if there's any traps associated to it.
All right, give me an investigation on it.
Oh boy,
And which
here I
do
go.
you want to do, the left one first or the right one first? Also.
I'll do the right one first.
All right, nice. With that 17, you notice that it has like a coded lock system, and if you were to probably try and remove the dome without deactivating it, you probably set off some kind of alarm, or it's pressure sensitive from the way it looks, just the way it's set up.
I'm just going to relay this information to Sky. Well, there is a sensor attached to it, a locking mechanism. So if we broke it or attempted to lift it without disengaging the lock, we're going to alert the entire station.
Well, I might be able to pick it, or at least bypass it. And she goes, this is similar to some stuff I've worked on before and had to get through. You can see her looking around the pedestal because of what you showed her, and she goes, there's a panel
Feel
back
confident enough to break it without setting off the alarm?
Absolutely, I think I can. You notice her hand change a little bit, and like a little screwdriver opens up and pops out, and she starts undoing a small panel. She's on the other side of the pedestal, and she looks up through the glass at you, kind of, and you see her optics blink through the top side, and she kind of just winks at you for a moment, and then goes back to it like, I got this. And she pulls open the panel, and she goes, this is the same exact stuff. And you can see her, hang on, clip, and you hear it little snips. Snip. And flip this, hit that. Did he not get original about this? Flick, tip. And you see the panel on the front just boom. We're clear. Wavelength, you hear wavelength. That was impressive. I was just going to hack it. I don't know how well I could do it, but I would try.
Well, with it deactivated, he's going to attempt to lift or remove the frosted dome.
You lift it off, and Sky goes, what is this thing? She's not touching it, but she sees this. It kind of looks like, I'm going to say it looks like a D20, but it doesn't have numbers on it. It has elaborate patterns all over it. It has ancient Cybertronian all over it, like really ancient. And it's sitting there hovering and slowly rotating. You can kind of see little sparks now kind of arc out, hitting the pedestal lightly here and there. Just a zzz. zzz.
Gilgamesh
Carbine,
is just gonna ask like Carbine. What's your
Carbine,
assessment?
Carbine and Wavelength look at this thing and they go, "That can't be." And they look at each other, and then they look back down at it, and they look at each other. Could it? You hear Wavelength, who's much older. She goes, "That thing's been lost to time. If how did it get here?"
You're being a little cryptic. Can you share with the rest of the team here?
Oh, sorry, Carbine kind of chimed. Um, that's a. We haven't had any new sparks in a long time. Well, this creates them. This is supposed to be in Cybertron. And you can see her tentacles slowly reach out, and you can see a little bit of that electricity coming off of it arcs over and touches her, but it doesn't hurt her. And she kind of manipulates it a little bit. It's a creation.
Could this have been what Eva had pulled from Cybertron's core some time ago?
Carbine pulls her tentacle back and she stops, and you see her little paw on her chin. It very well could have been. I mean, if she had found this, it must not have been where it should have been, but she had to have pulled it from somewhere. It would have been down, and you can hear Carbine, like the actual circuitry, just real fast. It is very well possible. And she looks at Wavelength. Wavelength automatically. If you're saying that somebody has stolen this from Cybertron, we could put it back and it would start things back up. All those sparks would be reborn, or at least choose to be reborn, and rebuilt into something new. This thing,
Can we transport this thing safely out of here?
Wavelength transforms and kind of lands on the pedestal because it's big enough. She stands there. She goes, "Oh yeah, you can touch this thing," and she puts her hand right on it. And you see where her hand's touching, the electricity just starts to, but it doesn't hurt her at all. She goes, "Oh
I
yeah,
just imagine she's just gone poof with static electricity.
yeah." She's just like, and she goes, and she kind of standing there, and she goes, "Yeah," and she puts her hand under it. Now this thing is it's not small, so it's pretty good size to her, but you notice it automatically when she puts her hand under it. It contracts down in size, and it's sitting in her hand like a ball. And she goes, "It's easy to transport when you're small." And she holds it up to you to take, and she goes, "It's really easy."
He'll he'll take it in his hand and he'll
You
just
know,
kind of like look at it.
as you do, you notice it increases in size back up a bit to adjust for your size. And she goes, "It does that because it thinks whoever is holding it is going to be the one creating. We really don't have that ability. Only in Cybertron really has that. I mean, it can be put into certain areas to create, but it's best on Cybertron where it belongs."
Will
Carbine.
it fit in any micro containers, or is it
Oh yes, just
too
go
all
ahead and
purpose
try.
size?
No, go ahead and try. She just like gestures to one of your compartments.
Oh yeah, he'll open up a compartment in his chest and he'll pop it in there.
And you hear Wavelength, "That's actually a great place to put it." As you put it closer to your chest, you notice it doesn't touch any part of you. It just hovers in place inside your compartment. You can feel little bits of zzz, zzz, but it doesn't hurt you. It just feels kind of like a charge. It's not much, just bzz, bzz every once in a while.
Oh, that feels a little weird.
Carbine's like, "You telling me I can hear that?" Because she can hear the bzz, bzz every once in a while.
Oh, that might make my stealth a little more difficult.
Wavelength turns and looks at the other pedestal. She goes, "Is that one wired up the same way?" And she looks at Sky. Sky kind of shrugs her shoulder. "Only one way to find out. We better look it over." So
I'll
Wavelength.
let you two look into that. I'm gonna look for a wall to see if we can get the crew in here.
Carbine is on your shoulder, and she's not going to be much help to you on this part because she's kind of distracted, I think, with the zapping. Sky and Wavelength are going to get to work on that. So you have the doorway from the way you came in to that area you could use. There, you notice there are a few spots that could be used as like a archway or doorway that you can bring others in. And it's in the same area.
Yeah, I mean, wherever is best I can do that, whether it be like, like over by this door over here,
Yeah,
or by like over here somewhere on the other
yeah,
side.
you could use that if you want to, right in between that.
Yeah, like whatever. Like, yeah, we'll try this one.
All right, so, let's see. No, they're not going to hear you. All right, so you're going to activate the door. As you do, the door opens up. Void Striker, Mercer, are you back yet?
Yeah.
Oh, he says back. Never mind. It's a friend.
Yeah.
So, Void Striker, Overload, and Lightwave, you all see the archway come to life. And you see on the other side Gilgamesh standing there in what looks like a very large room with a lot of stuff in it. So you guys are going to come out over here, so I need to move.
Oh, that's our cue.
Where are we coming out?
Here, there we go. And
Yeah. I
here,
can't move my piece.
Okay, I got you.
I can only move Aegis.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry about Aegis. If you want to, you don't have to move them. I forgot they were there anyway, so there we go. And then save settings. There you go. So this icon, these two icons over here, you can use. So don't worry.
Oh, I can move mine again.
Here, we can take Aegis and leave them over here. There you go. That way you guys can move and do in there. So you guys step into this area. I don't have an icon for the white one because there is no white shockwave. I might have to create one.
Yeah.
If you want, you can use the old icon for Void Striker for him, because it's wide enough.
Oh, that's true. Give me a second. Because I can't use the ones I put in because they do not fit his character.
I mean, the only difference is it's just gonna have a bit of red and gold on it, but.
Oh my god. No. I have so many freaking icons in here.
Man, you need to clean some of these out if you're not using them. Jeez.
I know. I should.
I've had to do that with my own stuff too, because yeah, I still have icons from our season 1 D&D Destiny.
Yeah, it's like
Do you still have the original?
yeah, I should. I thought I stuck it in here. And this is the fun part.
Because I no longer have access to the original sheet, so.
I never deleted it, so it should still be in here somewhere. Unless I placed it, which would have been deleted, but no, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. That's a different thing. These are all these. Well, you know what? Where is he? What the hell did he go? Hey, I'm gonna use somebody I haven't used because he's dead. There we go. And he's white. There you go. No, I'm not. She just came in and said something. But no, you guys step in. You see this hangar. You see the cargo area up with all the energon glowing in it. And you see an empty pedestal. And over just from it, you see Sky and Wavelength looking at this pedestal. And they're analyzing it and looking it over. You see Sky kind of doing some stuff. You can kind of hear some talk between them, like they're trying to figure this thing out. So they're
I'm
right
kind of
now.
walking and talking with the guys, filling them in what we found so far as we're making our way over to that room with the pedestal.
Lightwave kind of gets up to the door and he kind of goes, I really don't like being here. You can tell he's uneasy with all of it. As you guys
found a rather unique artifact in here that apparently, according to others here, was lost to time. And he just opens his chest compartment to just show the...
So I'm assuming I'm now looking at the Well of All Sparks.
pretty much.
Void Striker is going to be very pissed that it's here.
Mm-hmm. It shouldn't be.
Gilgamesh just closes his chest up. Just like... We're unlocking this other pedestal here to see what this has.
Without missing a beat, though, Wavelength, she doesn't even turn around. She goes, yes, I know how you feel, Void Striker. She already knows because she feels you're kind of, and she goes, yes, I have the same feeling. Aegis saw it and he goes, what was that? Just kind of shocked a bit.
I'm gonna just deadpan look at Aegis while my Energon signature lights it's slightly going black and going, that's the Well of All Sparks.
You swear his beak just dropped.
If I were to guess, this might have been what Eva had pulled from Cybertron's core some time ago.
Drift kind of floats up in his turtle form to your chest, and he looks at you for a moment. He looks down where it's stored. Dude, that shouldn't be here. We all know that. But I'm glad it's in a safe spot. And he takes his flipper and he kind of pats your chest. Good that you have it right now. And he kind of floats over and he starts to help kind of look at the pedestal. And he goes, anything I could do, dudes? Wavelength's like, yes, need an engineer's point of view. And you see him flip over and go under the pedestal and looking around like he's down there with Sky looking as well. And she goes, there's another panel, but this is wired different.
Gilgamesh, it is a lot worse that is here.
Mm-hmm.
In your chest is currently the heart of Cybertron itself.
You wonder why
Well,
Cybertron's
reason we need to
dying.
get it back there, but we need to deal with the immediate problem first.
As you guys are sitting there, Wavelength kind of turns and she looks at you, Void Striker. I might need your intellect as well on this pedestal for a moment. Do you mind? And she's...
I will press the versatile.
So you get
I
close...
need someone to distract, Void Strike of the fact that the Well of All Spark is here.
Yeah. And she kind of... She goes, I know you're angry, but I need you guys to all make a perception check.
Oh boy, time to do something I'm actually not good at. Let's go.
Oh boy, here I go rolling bones again.
Sorry, I have to roll a lot too. Oops, I need to change
would
that
I get
so I
some
can...
assistance from Carbine?
Give me a second. I need to get to her too. Oh, you will get assistance from her.
Okay.
Okay. Overload, you at least rolled high because Aegis did not see. Really is not picking it up. He's really kind of confused about the Allspark. He's kind of like that Well of Allspark. Like, wait, he's confused. Wavelength, Void Striker, Gilgamesh, Carbine. Sky doesn't really feel it, doesn't pick it up. Drift kind of, you can see him kind of moving a little funny about things. He's not doing his normal drifting kind of float. Overload, you guys all feel this pull toward this object on this pedestal suddenly. The little one even feels it. She beeps a few times. Void Striker, you understood her clearly. She goes, is that... Why am I getting pulled to this thing? What is this thing?
I'm not sure myself.
So everybody, you guys feel this. This guy's like, what's going on? Why do you all look kind of... Are you guys okay? You could see her slowly reaching for a blade like, are you guys okay?
We're getting a strange pull. A sort of attraction.
What type of item is on this pedestal? Can we see it at all through
Not
the
yet.
dome thingy?
No,
Alright, not yet.
it's frosted over, so you can't really see it. You can kind of make out there is an object there, you just can't make out what it is. It's very hard to see. So Wavelength goes, we might be able to crack the encryption on this one. It might be easier, maybe. And you can see her, she's kind of, what is this object in here? It feels like it's pulling and pushing and doing, and you see her hand touch the glass, but it doesn't react, it doesn't move, it's just hovering there, whatever it is. Void Striker, do you want to try anything in specific to get this open without setting off the alarm? I'm asking you specifically.
Could I roll an intelligence check to see if I can interface with this to make the breaking through a lot quicker?
Yeah, please. Go for it.
18.
Nice. You don't even need to add anything to it. You interface with this thing. You start to go through. And Wavelengths, how's it going? Is it all right? Do you need assistance? You really don't need her assistance. You're doing fine. You start to get through it, and you get to the last combination lock. You pop it like it's nothing. Boop, it's open. You see the console, and it's like a release. A little bit of mist comes out from underneath where the dome was held down at. And you see Wavelength kind of take a few steps back on the pedestal, and she kind of like, the other one didn't do this. Anybody want to remove the dome?
I'd like to do so carefully.
I want to see Overload do it. No, I'm kidding. It doesn't matter. As long as you're careful about it. Void Striker, give me a dexterity.
Check or saving throw?
Just to check. Let's just see what happens.
Alright.
Oh,
Dirty 20.
it works. Jesus. So you lift this dome off. Are you doing this one-handed or two? It's not very big. I mean, you literally can just...
How you described it, two-handed, I wouldn't be able to lift it carefully enough, because
so you
considering
slide...
how my claw hands are.
You see Wavelength kind of leaning down like she's trying to see what's under it, and you see more mist coming out from under it as you lift this dome off very carefully. You hear some words in Cybertronian you've never heard Wavelength ever really say. Carbine goes, Wavelength? I didn't know you know those words.
Holy shit!
Yeah, literally. It's literally... Mother... It's like, it kind of like going off. It just going... And you never heard her say anything. Nobody's ever heard her swear, nothing. She's just... Your guys are staring at what would be considered the matrix of leadership. It's a matrix of some sort. It looks like the leadership one, and it's just hovering there, glowing.
is not a good sign.
Void Striker is going to carefully reach out and grab it, and as he's saying this, we should hold on to this and return it to its rightful owner.
Assuming
If
we're gonna
he
find the
still
Prime
functions.
alive.
If not, find the next one who carries it.
Void Striker, where are you going to put it at on you?
I'm going to open my chest compartment for it. It's the safest place Void Striker has.
As you do, I need you three specifically to make a perception check. Sky is like, what is that thing? She doesn't know what it is.
Hey, look, dirty 20 either way.
Jesus Christ. Nice.
What is with the dirty 20s?
Here I go.
Hey, it works.
Yeah, 21
Don't
with
worry.
carbine cell.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't worry. Even the others, they're like, hey, why is it glowing now? As you're slowly putting it in your chest. You guys see it glow. It kind of gets more of a bluish color as it glows a little bit more.
Should it be doing that?
I can't say. I've not exactly had hands-on experience with what appears to be the matrix of leadership.
You hear the little
Yeah,
one
you know,
on
it's only been gone for over 1,000,000 years.
Mm-hmm. These objects have been missing for quite some time. One, you know where it came from. The other, how did it get here as well?
I just hope we can find Prime alive.
You hear the little one on your shoulder. Ooh, that's a pretty color, but why does it glow? And she's curious. She's just asking. Sky's like, what is that thing?
Would you like the scientific or the mythical answer for that, as I look at Sky?
Lightwave is still standing at the door. He goes,
Do you want the long version or the short version?
yeah, Lightwave's like, I have not seen one of those in eons. But the last one I saw was more of a yellowish color. And you notice he's not entering the room, like he's hesitant on stepping in. And he kind of, and Sky leans, like looking around. So this is something of importance like the other object.
It's another legacy of the Primes. Myths say that it is a fragment of Primus's spark.
She kind of takes, isn't that just stories? And Lightwave kind of goes, they're still a part of our history. Ours was different, and ours are all gone now. And you see him kind of looking down like he's just said some really bad news. And Sky kind of catches on real fast, like, oh, some more stuff I have to learn about with this Prime thing that you guys have as well. We have, but I never heard of called these things, so I've got a lot to learn still. All right. But you have this in your chest. You don't have it mounted. You just have it in a compartment, right?
Yes.
It just sits in there. You feel it.
In the compartment, I will have like modify my compartment to hold onto it because I don't want this thing shaking around inside of me.
Yeah. Thank you. I was gonna say you have it clamped in place in a sense.
It can float, but that doesn't mean it can't hit me if a major thud happens to me.
Yes. That's technically the other one. The Allspark will float there. It will not bang around. It kind of like anti-gravity. It will not hit objects. It just stays there. Whereas that is not the same. So
I just, out of character, all I'm saying is I hope I haven't done what I think I might have accidentally done.
Void Striker, can you roll me a D100 now?
Okay.
Oh boy. Here it becomes our
85.
new Prime.
Shit.
I really fucking hope I haven't done what I may have accidentally just fucking done.
You hear a lot of voices in your head
Oh boy.
at once, but you hear like
sorry, give me a second. I've got to do something real quick.
okay. Break time! Yay! Whew. Da, 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 da.
Just send petrol money to my sister so she can actually do shit.
That's all right. So you're hearing a lot of voices, but it's more like of you could be chosen, but you're not the chosen one.
Well, thank God I didn't do what I think I actually just did.
The way you have it held in your chest is it's just sitting in there, but you're going to hear these voices. It will drive you kind of mad. I need you to make a con save right now.
Alright. Constitution saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
Net 20.
You feel the pain in your head, but you kind of just shake your head off, like, okay, what was that?
Because out of character, I'm just explaining this for people for like Mercer or Dave, in case they don't know. I'm assuming Dave already knows this, but you can be chosen just by touching this thing. It doesn't matter how or when, just simply touching this thing.
You do.
Yeah, I mean, look at Rodimus.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do hear like you have to prove yourself in some way.
In the darkest hour, I shall light our way.
So, as you guys are finding these objects, Sky is like, so one needs to be returned to Cybertron. The other one, where does it go?
In our dimension, it signifies the leader.
Lightwave's like,
it needs to go back to its rightful owner.
Who, at this point in time, would be an individual known as Optimus Prime, if he still functions.
Lightwave kind of like, who's Optimus Prime? Even Sky's like, wait, I remember this in the studies. I was reading something about him being the leader of the Autobots. And Lightwave's like, who's Autobots? He's been there for
a faction of Cybertronians that existed before.
And Lightwave kind of steps through and he goes, so is that the opposite of these Decepticons that I've been around?
Yes.
Yes, they're the other faction that existed prior to the Unicron War.
Oh, very interesting. I've got a lot to learn myself. Fascinating.
I'll be back.
So, as you guys are standing there for a moment, is there anything else you would like to do? Because you have all this energon that could blow you up right now. Please don't shoot anything. I do not want a TPK.
I'm wanting to leave the room.
Shut up, Overload. No!
Great idea. Put some of the energon in Gilgamesh's dimensional storage, so we have energon for later.
These are very large cubes, and to move them, you would need at least some kind of lift at this point.
And I don't know.
So what I need to know. So what I'm hearing is I need to become forklift certified with my Omnicore.
Well, I was gonna say, hello. I can
It's
lift
a
large
matter
here.
of trying to push a big square into a small circular hole. It's just not going to work.
Didn't you hear? Everything fits in the square hole.
Yeah.
Not when square's too big.
We're going to test out a pocket dimension. Okay.
I'm not
I will
willing
tell
to
you.
test the stretchability of the portal.
I am going to tell you, if you do put it in there, it's going to be dangerous because somebody knows what's in there.
I'm back.
So if you do try to shove that in there, it is very dangerous.
Which is why I'm saying no.
I suggested it as a joke. We're not gonna
But
do
it'd be hilarious. But not in the end for you guys. So, now that you're all here, and you have these objects, what would you like to do now?
Well, leaving this room and closing it up, and then starting to go back to this panel over here on the left side.
I'm assuming we want to leave like almost no evidence that we were here. I'm gonna reactivate both of these pedestals.
Okay. I will.
Yeah,
You won't even have
we're
to.
closing this door up and relocking it, like pretty much putting it back as it was.
So you guys put everything back. I won't have you roll for it. Be just a. It's a simple thing. You rehook
I will
everything.
also grab wavelengths back now and obviously allow Drift to go back too.
Yeah. Drift kind of floats over to Sky and he's like, "Dude, that was awesome, but I missed you." She's like, "Yeah, I did too, buddy." And you see her rubbing his shell on top. Like he's just like, "Oh, good scratch." Wavelength's like, "It was interesting to be with another partner, but," and you feel her kind of start to purr. She doesn't normally show the affection like this, so she starts to purr when she's up on your shoulder on the other side from the little one. And the little one's like, "Why is things vibrating? Did I break something?" The little one's kind of like worried, looking around, like, "Did I break something?"
So how far into the station are we, Gilgamesh?
As far as I can get us in without running into roadblocks. We can't be too far from main engineering, though.
Sorry. Ow. My jaw. So,
Since infiltration is your specialty, continue taking the point. I'll take the rear.
So, which way would you guys like to go? Do you want to continue left on the map or go back up north? Which is up.
Well, we're gonna run into enemies if we go back up north. So we could continue to try to go left, or if we want to go in and start raising alarms, we can go for a fight up north.
Wavelength looking at the map, so go ahead, Overlook.
I was gonna say, I'd say let's try to keep a low profile for now, and if it's not possible anymore, then, well, then we can start dishing out damage.
Something about this still seems off.
What, too easy?
Security's too light. Especially given what we just found in this room, how easy it was to get in here, how little security there is around this place. No, something's really off about this. I got a bad feeling.
If that's the case, I'm going to transform into my siege tank mode, but using my Omnicore to modify it into a hover tank.
As you guys are standing there, Carbine goes, "Somebody's coming." And as she says that, you hear the doors at the other end opening up. And you hear voices. You don't know what they're saying, but you hear them.
Dipping down into cover.
I'm going to use the hover tank to raise above to the roof and use disguise self to blend in.
So, Sky grabs a hold of Lightwave and drags him really quickly behind some containers back here. So that way...
Oh, I was going to have him hop on top of me, so we'll go
okay.
up.
Alright. I'll put them together with you.
I'm big enough. Yeah. And then there's that, so...
So, I'm going to say you're hovering up with him. He's, like, out of sight, out of mind.
I'm purposely going to open up my siege tank so there's a place for him to sit down so he's not standing on, so he's less spottable.
So he hops in and he goes, "Oh, thank you, Void Striker. This is much better. I am not good at this stuff you guys are doing." So as you're sitting there, you start to hear voices. You guys don't need to roll for perception. You can kind of hear them echoing through. "God, those two are idiots. Couldn't have figured out. Turn it on. And also put the pin back in, you pinheads. Gee, what were they doing?" Now you see the four. You guys can see them. They're all down at the end. They're like talking around some of the containers, and they go, "We wasted all our time, and that's all they had." next time they come and ask us for help, can they just go away? Like, and he makes a gesture like of disappear. And they're sitting there talking away and just going, well, do you want to go get something to eat? Maybe we should go, re-energize because my shift's actually up. And the others look at their consoles. You can kind of see this. And they go, oh, yeah, my shift's up too. Yeah, well, oh, he must have already left. They don't see the one who is welding. So they start walking toward you guys. And I gotta do for each one of them. I can't just do for the whole group.
Would you like me to roll stealth considering where I'm sitting?
Same.
Yep. Overload, you are far enough back. You really don't need to.
19.
I was gonna say, because I wasn't sure how big these.
Those
things
are pretty
were.
big, so you're okay. Yeah. So
Do I
is
have
Sky.
advantage considering I'm using disguise self?
Yes, you do. Because
Then 23.
Yeah, I was gonna say because you are hidden up higher. This actually is pretty high in this place. The cargo areas you guys have gone through are pretty tall. So it's like Gilgamesh when you were in the other one. You were technically up on 3 containers, so you could see pretty far in on certain spots. It's just other containers that were high as well, so you couldn't see around them right away.
Yep.
So you see these 4 bots. I'm going to move them past you, Void Striker, because I don't want them getting stuck on you. And you see one come to the panel, and he punches in some kind of code.
Can
Do you-
I ask Wavelength to move to the edge of me so she can see what the code is for the door?
All right, give me a second.
Or
Let's see.
considering where I'm at, if Carbine could see what the code is based
Yeah,
on
Dave
what
would
he's
have a better
putting
chance
in.
than I would, so...
Yeah. Yeah.
As
At least
they
one of
pass-
us should be able to.
You see one set of doors. Void Striker, Gilgamesh, you will see this. You see one set of doors, and then you see another set of doors. There's a delay. And you see the doors open briefly. You can kind of see that there is, like, it looks like batteries or something. Like some kind of battery bank. Briefly. But then the doors immediately close. And the guys go through. Wavelength goes, I'm sorry, I didn't get it. I couldn't see very well. We're up here and my eyes are not as good as they should be at times.
Carbine?
Carbine kind of just, oh, I got it. she's grinning in her little caracal form, the little teeth they're showing. And she goes, oh, I got that code. 1, 2,
And we're
you
we're
hear
just gonna wait a moment for the other 2 to get through, and then we're gonna attempt to open the door.
I'm gonna slowly lower the... down.
So, as you guys are there, Carbine kind of chimes in and she goes, it really wasn't a code when it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
You are kidding.
She walks over to the panel. Beep, 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 beep. The door opens. And she just looks without even breaking eye contact and gestures with her tentacle arm.
This is only further proving my point. The security here is way too lax for this to be anything
Oh,
of
I have to move
significance.
those. Whoops. I have to move these. They were not supposed to be on the map right now. There, I gotta get rid of those. There we go. Da-da-da. So the door opens up. You hear a audible humming coming from in the room. It's not real bright. It's kind of dark. But you guys, I will say, and I'm gonna open this up so you can see. Oops, there. So from your angle right now, you see a bot, a drone, just sitting at a console. Beep, 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 beep.
With my disguise self, I would like to make myself look like a non-Cybertronian like drone vehicle.
Okay. You want to see if he'll be fooled by that?
Oh no, I'm purposely gonna. Does a light wave have the ability to disguise himself? That is a question.
No. He usually doesn't
I'm
do
purposely
those
gonna
things.
drop a panel down in front of him like it's an enclosed.
And he's like, oh, stay still? Like, he's like, okay.
And even
Yeah.
put like a little dome over the little one, but still have our crossbow look like it's a mounted machine gun on top.
Yeah, she's just sitting up there. She's just like, I'll sit still.
I'm gonna message Gilgamesh, not out loud, just in case this guy can hear. Does he want to stealth behind me to get the drop on this guy if this does not work?
Yep, I will do it.
And I'm just gonna move along at a patrol pace. Not too quickly, not too slowly, just...
Alright, so you come in. Gilgamesh is behind you. The drone at the console notices you, and he looks at you, nods. You see his optics look you up and down for a moment, and then he turns back to the console like he just doesn't... whatever.
And I'm just gonna... drop back here and do the turret move like he's just scanning the area, like with the main turret.
As you do, he looks back over at you again. What are you doing? Comes out. That's what he's doing. He's looking right at you. He's like, what are you doing?
Scanning for maintenance errors. I was told to do this, don't know why, just doing. And I'm purposely trying to make my voice sound like it's coming from the cockpit.
See, can you roll me a bit of, like, persuasion?
Whoa, time to roll one of my worst stats. And you know what? I don't like that low number.
Let's see, what's that number put you at when you use that again?
That would put it to 16. It adds my intelligence
Oh,
modifier.
that's right. Okay. Nope. He looks at you. Fine. And he goes right back to the console. It looks like he's just monitoring levels and maintaining the power core that's right here. It looks like it's... You guys are visibly seeing what looks like a power core, which I need to open this up so you can see the rest of the room. I'm sorry. There we go. So you see, like, literally it's power cores, like battery backup system of some sort, or at least a power system of some sort. Oops, I can't move my map because I need to change it.
You good?
There we go. Okay. So he's still sitting there, just beeping away, and you can kind of hear him. Just hurry up and get out of here.
Alright, we're gonna go around him in a way that which allows Gilgamesh to get to him a lot easier.
So he is not going to pay you any mind. Yep. So you guys have advantage on him right now, so you can do something.
Dave, this is your show now.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unfurl my displacer tentacles from my back.
Shit.
And with lightning quick precision, I'm just going to immediately yank him out of the chair and drag him back here with me.
So as you do, nope, he doesn't get to yell. So he's sitting there. Now this room is, like I said, darker, so not too many people can see. I forgot to open up a little bit of an area, but don't worry, there's nothing there. You guys can see this from where you're standing. It's not a large opening, so you can't see up or down too much, but you notice it's an opening. But don't worry, there's nothing there. Sorry, that was my bad. Forgot about it. So you got this guy. He's not able to scream, do anything right now. What do you want to do to him?
He's pulled in real close to me, and I'm just speaking right into his audio receptors. You have a rare opportunity to make it out of this alive. Start talking.
He kind of looks at you, a little bit wide optic, but not much, and
And he's staring back at him with deep yellow eyes that are reminiscent to his displacer form.
he's looking, and he looks you up and down for a moment, and no. He just outright no.
Have it your way. Boy, oh boy, you are going to feel the pain. I have to go to my other character sheet. 1 second.
Damn.
He never gets his.
What is happening here? Come on. Ooh, that's gonna hurt, isn't it?
Meow. I love it. It keeps putting the displacer cat up there still.
Yeah, that looks like it's gonna hurt.
Oh, I love it when it does this. It's like, oh god.
So, does he live?
No,
Okay.
this one doesn't have a lot of high stats, so he's literally is
I'm
just.
gonna-
Well, yeah,
gonna sit
I was
there.
curious because that's
Yeah.
a lot of damage.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
He-
That's over.
light wave out now and transform back into bot mode.
yeah. So you guys are standing there. You literally just. He's done. He's dead. He doesn't have a blaster on him. He literally is just. He's like a drone, but he's one of those.
I clapped him with the padded spike areas
Yeah.
right in the chest and just collapsed his chest cave.
Yeah. Yeah, you literally just. Tin can. Wow.
He supports stuff.
I just,
He's meant to fight.
just clapped it right in between his chests and just shattered him. His entire chest cavity.
Sky comes around the corner and she's like, "Oh,
You know, I could have made him
I'm
talk.
about to make probably Sky and Lightwave very uncomfortable. I'm gonna pick up the corpse and inject it with rust plague to remove the evidence.
oh, cause you see Lightwave watch you do this. I will allow it. You don't even. Have
I mean,
to
he's
roll.
just a corpse. I
Yeah,
would have
but if-
crushed his spark chamber with
Yeah, but-
his chest
he's-
anyway. So
he's-
Corpse.
He's just getting rid of the evidence.
yeah,
So Lightwave's like, "What is
he's
that?"
hitmanning that shit.
Yeah, Lightwave looks at it. What is that? Even Sky's like, "Oh, it's called what is it? Rust something."
The rust plague.
Yeah, it's something we don't have in our universe, is it? And Lightwave
You
just
don't
generally.
want it in your universe.
There is something similar to that in our universe, but we don't call it that specifically. We just call it a rust disease, or at least similar to rust. It's something about it. It's like a corrosion disease or something. It's nothing that I've seen like this, though. This is...
The version I injected isn't really classed as a plague, but it is derived from the rust plague variant.
Oh. Ours does not go that fast. Usually we can cut the section off, and that's only for
It
hit
affects
chunks.
individuals differently. However, for corpses, it does that.
Oh. You see
If you're
Sky.
unlucky, even when you're alive, it will do it that quickly.
You see Sky looking around, so this is a battery room? Yeah, and Lightwave's like, yes, my sensors are picking up some of that. Seems like a power room of some sort. You
I'm gonna
guys
go
are
up to the panel and get a idea on what this is trying to power, maybe.
as you do.
This to voice writing, this room seems a bit too big to power this station for just, a normal station.
Wavelength kind of looks down at the panel and she goes, "Ooh," and she hops down and she goes, "Hey, we should plug into this. I can update the map."
Yeah, gonna interface with the panel. Let's go.
All right, so when you're doing this, I need with advantage because you're going to have Wavelength helping you because she sees this. Otherwise, it would have just been Wavelength doing it by herself. Let me see. I need you to do. What would I have you roll for this one again?
An intelligence check? I don't know.
Well, let's do intelligence. Why not? I'm
I
feeling.
could also do investigation if you like.
Yeah, let's do investigation instead because you are technically drilling into the system and trying to find some stuff. This console
Okay.
seems to have a little more access to things. So, with that, Wavelength goes, we're on the light side of the station. She kind of says it with a, Gilgamesh, you were wondering why it was so easy to get around in here. This is not the side of the station that's harder to get into. And not the dangerous side. She throws up, like literally, she sends you all the data packets of information. You guys immediately see up to the north on the map, you see the stasis room. You see what looks like to be some kind of server room. You see a lab of some sort near the server room as well as that stasis lab. You see what looks to be labeled as do not go in here if you don't want to be disassembled. This is V-Wave's lab.
If you
Or at
choose
least-
life, walk away.
And then there's this whole section that is labeled experiment room off of V-Wave's lab, and it's north. And you see on the map, Wavelength pulls up live camera feed over in the next room to your left, and you see a lot of drones. You see stasis beds that are charge beds. You see drones that look like they are recreational area, like they're watching races or something. You can't hear anything, but you can see it. You see where they're eating. You can see a storage room where their weapons are. And then you see another room which looks like the intake for the station. North of that, where the drones come in and out at. And it looks like almost like a reception area. Like, oh yeah, your drone 62349866125 goes through a whole serial number. You can see that for a moment. And then you can see there is another hangar. This looks like to where the drones come in and out. And then north of that looks like the command center for what possibly must be for these shuttles to come and go, and it looks like also to direct the drones who are out flying around. And that is just south of the experiment lab. And you guys do see some pings all over the map, which there are a lot of drones all over the place over there. So to make it fun, let's see. Open. Oh.
Does anyone else find it a little strange that two of Cybertron's most precious items were just kept in one of the most unsecured locations in the station?
Wavelength kind of goes, actually, that wasn't supposed to be that easy anyway, but it was lousy encryption.
Most likely.
She's
it's
reading through
probably
files.
I was gonna say it's most likely because they're probably not significant power-wise, more individually wise.
Wavelength
One
points out in the map, though.
leadership.
Yeah, but Wavelength points out in the map, she goes, these were not important things to him. She goes, it looks like everything else is up in the other part of the station.
But
You
that's exactly what I'm getting at, is that these are precious items to us and to Cybertron, but to him, it's something he just threw away in a locker.
Yep.
I mean, who needs leadership when you can rule everything with power?
Clear that up too. So you can see. So you guys are seeing all this stuff going on.
Well, it's going to be a pretty hefty fight between here and the command center.
I'm gonna open this so you can see. I didn't do it.
No, that was me. Don't worry about it.
I know. I didn't do it. And I need to.
Shall we attempt to get to that server room as stealthy as possible?
You guys
Is there
are
a pathway to the server room that doesn't have nearly as many guards?
pretty much the what wavelength can pick up.
I'm looking at this area. Out of character, of question. What do you guys think about the possibility of sealing these doors?
I mean, it's possible.
There
It's
is
possible, but there might be a large number enough for them to just smash the door anyway.
and you can see on the map that there is another set of doors there that are in
This
the other
door might give way pretty quickly. This one might take them a little more time because it's just one dude inside there.
Yeah, but they've also got the door here to get into the armory.
Yeah, and they could use the guns on the door, so it would just buy us time, really, at the end of the day.
But you literally, the least amount of guards and things to deal with are back the way you came. Oh, I forgot to move these two. These guys are supposed to be right there.
I was just gonna say, because there's also up here, which we don't fully know.
That does
Well,
not
according to
seem
the map,
have
that's
cameras.
the center of the station. If we go according there, we're going to be ambushed from all sides. We don't know where all the guards are.
And over here is a server room, right?
No, server room is up north. It's up here.
Yeah, back to where you came north.
Yeah, up here.
Oh, okay.
So, and this is the stasis room, or cryo room, whatever you want to call it. At least that's what it's labeled as, is like a lab, stasis lab. And you have the two guards that are sitting up here. So that's it.
So what's this room over here then?
That is where the what did I call it?
That's the reception.
Yeah, reception. Thank you. Reception or intake. That's it. Where
Okay.
the drones come in and out, and they pretty much they're checking in, checking out. They are getting either updates or doing general things. This room up here is their main control for all the drones that are out and about, as well as the cargo ships that have been coming in and out. And then this is the area you don't want to go into.
Alright, well, yeah, then we really don't need to do anything off to the left, in my opinion.
Unless you want to fight. Overload. Send Overload in, he'll distract them.
Tempting.
Well, that does sound amusing. That is still 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 20...
He's a barbarian. He's got it.
We've got like 20 plus guys in there to fight.
What? It's not 50. He's fun.
I'm a barb.
He also has bullshit AC. He's good.
But if you want, you can make your way back, deal with the two guards, and see what's in the cryo lab or stasis lab. I keep calling it cryo or stasis. It's the same thing to me. So.
Yeah. I'd say we probably want to double back then and try to check out that cryo lab.
Oh, I need to get rid of that body.
Because going through the center part
Yeah,
of the
I'm over.
station is
There you go.
probably not the
There you
best idea.
You're fine. I mean, yeah.
We're too large of a
But-
group to
Yeah.
just sneak through the central part of the station undetected.
Especially with three big bots like Lightwave, Overlord, and Mare.
Exactly. So doubling back is going to be the safest route.
Yep. So, you guys, if you want to, you can make your way back. You pretty much have a
Also, we
clear
should
path
pick
to a
up
portal.
the other side of Overload's little teleport thing.
We'll just say you did because you're coming back through there. Boop, done. And I'll take care of these two. I'm just going to jump them up ahead of you. So, you guys are still clear until you get to the next cargo area where I'm going to park them right there so they're away. You still see, like Sky kind of points it out, the two guards are still there, and she kind of gestures, pointing. She starts flanking around the other way because she goes, I'm gonna head around the other side and see if I
You
can...
guys are the stealth experts. We'll follow your lead here.
Yeah, we'll try and get up close and try to see if we can get a look at the panel if it requires one of those two to unlock it.
Sky goes, I can only get so close, and
I mean, yeah, from where I'm at in this angle, I should be able to at least get at least a decent sight on the panel over here.
Light Wave kind of moves back. He goes, I'll kind of stay out of sight back here. I'll just keep eye out. I need you guys to make a perception check. And so do the mini-cons.
19.
Nice.
Do you need me in Overload to roll?
Yeah, go ahead and you guys roll 2. I have to do Light Waves as well. Light Wave doesn't really fully pick up on this, but Aegis...
I'm rolling good today.
Yeah, Aegis isn't going to pick up on this, but Overload, what did you get? With Aegis's
15.
help, you'll get an advantage, though, at this point, because you'll both be working together.
As well as guidance.
Oh, there you go. So, you guys, except for Wavelength, she doesn't really pick up on this. Even though she's a cat, she should, but stats. Everybody else is going to pick up on this. You hear the doors to your left open, but you don't see the cargo ones open. And you hear this.
I'm going to get over here.
So, it's at the other set of doors. It sounds like it's stopped. And you hear the doors open, and you hear that. Gilgamesh, you're going to be able to see this. Sky's like, what was over the comms? Like she's whispering it, trying to be quiet. You see Shockwave. Your version Shockwave. And
Gilgamesh is going to ping that and relay that to the team.
So you guys now are all seeing this. And you see him pinged. Gilgamesh, you see him looking around. He looks like himself. Big old purpley self. He starts walking forward. Oops. Let go of the mouse. There we go. And he walks forward and he stops. Let's see if he has higher stats. How? Okay. I guess he didn't get to see nothing. He doesn't perceive you guys or anything. He makes a left and he starts heading up. And you hear the steps. Because he's a big bot. You notice there's a difference in size to Lightwave to Shockwave. He's a little bigger. He's probably more closer to like at the height of Overload and Void Striker. Big old bot. He's got his arm cannon. Big differences. Purple arm cannon, one optic though. And you hear him come up. You hear the steps. Gilgamesh and Sky, you two are going to hear this along with your minicons. Any problems? And he's very cold. No, sir. No problems at all, sir. maintain your posts. And he walks through the door, and it closes behind him. He didn't press any buttons, he just walked through. And you hear kind of in a way a distance, but these doors don't sound the same. They sound heavier, closing and opening. And he disappears out of sight. You hear the two bots by the door. I think I almost oiled myself. And they're sitting there a moment. You swear you hear some rattling. They're at attention for a moment. And you see one of them kind of relax. And he goes, I do not like him. He scares me. He goes, he scares you? Try the other one. He's terrifying.
What door? Where did he leave from? What room was
Yep,
that?
it was right over here.
Yep.
He came
What
through
room
that.
was that?
You only identify as the main, like the main core. That's it. It doesn't really show a lot of stuff other than it's the main core.
Gilgamesh is gonna start moving over to that console over there.
All right. Do you want Sky to do anything specific or hold position?
I'll have her hold there and just keep an eye on the guards while I have Carbine take a look at the console here.
She looks down at it. She goes, "Oh, this is way out of my encryption levels. I don't think I can do this. We're probably going to need Wavelength and Void Striker."
I'm gonna signal for them to walk along the south wall and meet me over at the console on the west end.
So I make my way over.
So you got enough room to get through there because you're big bots. So, so you guys make your way over. You seal Gilgamesh and Carbine. Carbine goes, I can't do this one. You guys are the techs. You might need to wavelengths. Like, yes, that's acceptable. We are, she just tries not to be insulting, but Carbine's like, just so. Void Striker, you're looking at this console, you're seeing like 3 levels of encryption instead of just the standard what was down through the others. You're seeing a higher level of encryption here.
Looking at this, I'm going to turn to Gilgamesh and go, how much time do you want me to spend on this? Or how much time do we have?
I'm not exactly sure where he went, so we might only have a few minutes.
That's not going to be long enough to break through this.
Well, it's either that or we follow him. I don't know if that's necessarily a better idea.
Considering those doors, if we follow him and sabotage them behind us, they sounded heavy. It might take them a while to get through those doors, and if we only have to deal with Shockwave by himself, it would be a lot easier.
You hear across the comm, Sky goes, "We have a drone on the move."
I'm immediately gonna just...
Yep. Dash behind the crate over here.
Sky is coming across. I have lost sight of him. I cannot see him, but I know one is on the move.
I'm like looking around the corner over here, so I should be able to at least have an eye on him.
You hear him go, I thought I heard something. And the other one's, well, just check it out. I'll stay posted here. If you know who comes through, one of us at least needs to be here.
Huh?
He's
What
like,
was that noise?
yeah, literally. So he is going to, yep, he will. He's going to continue southward. You can see him looking around Gilgamesh. You guys can kind of see this through. He starts making his way down. And he stops. And he's looking around. And you hear him yell back, must have been nothing. It's probably this old station. And you swear you hear it groan and creak when he says that. And he starts making his way back, but he kind of taking a different path, looking around. And you hear him stop, and you can see him. He goes, as long as one of those weird things that he had running around the one time. Remember that thing? He goes, oh yeah, the thing that the acid ate through the floor? Took weeks to repair it. And you hear them start talking. It's like, yeah, that thing was nasty. And they're just going back and forth again. He returns to his post, but they're kind of more looking at each other now.
I have a question. Could Voidstrike overhear what he's saying, though?
Yeah, they were really quiet about it. They were pretty loud.
Voidstriker has an idea.
Oh, God. They just do.
Do tell.
And it's something that can be done because, I now have my Omni T-Cog. We could scare the shit out of these guys. And the entire lab make them think that one of the experiments have escaped and then disappeared into the station.
If you want to do the act itself, by all means. Because I have my own ways of scaring the shit out of guys, but if you want to, take on a new method of doing it.
But it also might I will warn you, it might set the station on alert.
I'm going to suggest this as a decoy for you to go do what you need to do on the station, because I can get away pretty easily with my alt forms.
It's up to you guys. I'm not going to stop you. I'm just warning you.
Because if they think there's one group and it's only that one group, it might make it easier for you on Sky to stealth and get more information.
Subterfuge.
There might be a way for us to do that together.
Because what I was thinking is, turn myself into a cybernetic xenomorph and go rampage to the station. Because I do have access to acid abilities. I can acid my way through these walls.
Well, if Sky has the same abilities as me, we both have disguise self. We could both disguise ourselves as drones and walk up to these two and strike up a conversation. I mean, if we're fishing for information out of these two, we can disguise ourselves as drones and just chat our way up these guys.
Do you want me to disguise self and come up with you, like a not like a normal drone, but like a drone bruiser, the bigger drones? Just in case something goes wrong, you'd have the heavy hitter there as well.
I mean, couldn't hurt. Above game, I think we could easily handle it, but I mean, we could always use a third. That's fine.
Yeah, we can do that. Then yeah, I'll use the disguise self and turn myself into a drone bruiser.
So I'm gonna have Sky kind of pull back over here, and we're gonna move over to there. So it's gonna appear to these guys that we're approaching as a group.
Hold on. Gilgamesh, I am giving you control of Sky too, so that way you can move her if you want to into a specific spot if you need. I mean, I can still move her, but I'm giving you that option because you are conducting this as that. So,
but yeah, we're just going to go up to the way here, and we're just gonna kind of like I said, we're gonna approach as a group.
Okay. All right, so they see you approach and they automatically aim What are you doing here?
We're on patrol right now. What's it look like?
Hmm. Well, we haven't seen a patrol in a while, so
Yeah, well, it's because we've been around the station. We're on patrol.
the other guy goes, I haven't seen you before. New?
Yeah, just joined up a few days ago.
Hmm. Interesting. I need to make a persuasion check.
Okie dokie, persuasion. 19.
Oh shit, nice. He does not even. At first, he suspects you for a moment, and he is. Makes sense. We get new ones a lot of time. Hey, were you recruited through the one station or what? On one of the planets?
What do you mean, the one station?
Ah, you understand then. Okay, we're good. He's really oblivious. He's an idiot. Actually, I had the because I rolled for it, and I was like, let's see how stupid he actually is. He's like trying to play it like he knows what he's trying to be sneaky, and it's like, nah, yeah, it's only the one
So,
place.
just like kind of acting like he's got his own guard down, so he's just gonna kind of get a little closer. So, you guys heard what's over in that the stasis room or whatever?
Oh yeah, pods go in there all the time, but some, and he kind of the other one's like, dude, don't talk about that stuff. It's like bad luck. You know that? It brings bad juju here. And he's like, shut up. No.
Wait, you believe in superstition?
Well, if you, when you're here, you're gonna see some stuff, man. Don't mess around, and also don't mess with the waves, man. Shockwave, V-wave, don't mess with those guys. Just warning. And he like, I'm just gonna keep an eye out because he might come back through. And the other guy like just, he's a little stressed out. We've seen a lot of stuff, but no. Supposedly, we're just to stand guard, but the doors are sometimes briefly open. It seems like we're watching. They're watching somebody, or somebody's. Like a lot of bots are in there, but they come in. Most don't come out. We've only seen a few pods come out. I mean, there was a couple of them that, were kind of weird looking. I mean, small cases, those got lost in transit because somebody, and the other one's like, hey, he was an idiot. He should have kept track of that shipment. He turned in one of those things, remember? And he's like, yeah, they're, and he leans in really close to you. You ever hear of a spark eater?
Spark eater? What are those?
They literally eat your spark. They get a hold of you, they'll tear you open. And he's like got his rifle, but his other hand's free, and he's really describing. And he's like, those things will eat you up.
I get it's a alliteration on the name, but like what is it? Like, what does it look like?
Well, from what we've kind of seen in one of the containers, it used to be, a Cybertronian, a bot like us, but something else with it. It has no real spark.
And he's got those things in them containers in there.
I don't know about in there, but we've seen a few things coming and going. We wonder. I mean, there was something loose in here, but it wasn't a spark eater at one time, and let's just say things got messy. We had to fix a lot of stuff.
As he's having this conversation, as the big one, I'm just gonna bring out a cloth and slowly start like polishing my arm, like a board bruiser that's meant to be on patrol, but is stopped because his patrol members are talking.
And the other one looks at you for a moment, looks you up and down. There a reason why you got one of those with you for escort around? Is there something we need to know about? It's kind of.
Well, you didn't hear this from me, but There's rumors going around that Shockwave upset some people on Cybertron, and well, he's beefing up security. He's thinking there might be an attack imminent.
And he looks over at the other one, and they're like looking at each other. Makes sense. Yeah. Who wouldn't he have made mad? Yeah. Yeah. It's like, I mean, that would explain why he had us come to attention when we were like really sharp about it. Yeah, he's
Well, you
That-
heard of the rumors, right?
which
He
one?
attacked the station that was being run by these guys over on Cybertron or whatever. Details were a bit sketchy, but like he went
Oh.
over there and he messed up the station something good.
Oh yeah, we know about that. We were supposed to go on one of the waves, but they called us back. What I heard, he was trying to actually look for some kind of key, and he kind of does the hyphenate, like he's making sure to understand, quoting it, like key or something, and then some kind of weapon. But he really wanted the weapon, but something about it. He didn't say what it was exactly. He just said weapon. Only some of us knew what it was.
Yeah, I suppose that's kind of need to know information, and that's not for us to know, I guess.
Yeah, we're too low on the Cybertronian levels of things here. We're not, privy to those things. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, we're just guards, right? Like, all we do is just, sit here and make sure doors are locked.
that's about it. I mean, this one's got encryption on it, but if you get either one of them coming through here, they don't have to access that. They just go right through, and do not get in their way. I tell you. He's like, the other one's like, yeah, don't get in their way. Don't get in their way.
Yeah, I've been trying to avoid going through that area to patrol, but I'm probably gonna have to do it eventually, and, well, should I know anything about going through there?
He actually is having you go through there. We don't even patrol.
I mean, the three of us are just told, patrol the station, and that's, I'm assuming that means, throughout the whole station, so I'm guessing he wants me to go through there, but I wasn't, told specifically, to go into there, so...
Well, if you got
I mean,
access,
I haven't been in there yet, like, what's it like?
we've never really been in. We only get to see from the door, and also hear things. Some creepy things, man. Don't go in there if you can help it. But if you got access, just enter it in the panel, and it'll let you in. If not, he doesn't want you patrolling in there.
Fair enough. So I'm gonna try a thing.
Okay.
I have no idea if this is gonna work, but is there a way I could attempt to like make it look like I'm accessing the panel, but use my thieves' tools to attempt to go through the lock?
Give it a shot. See what happens.
Sounds like a sleight of hand to me.
Well, it's either thieves' tools or sleight of hand. Like I could do either one.
Now they're sitting there, and you're moving over, and they look over, and they see Sky, who is not Sky, but oh, why, hello. We haven't seen you before. Sky kind of, her optics kind of shift around a few times, like, what? Like,
So he's hovering his hand over the panel to make it look like he's putting in the access code, and he's using his thieves' tools to bypass the lock.
So Sky moves up. Knows you're trying to do something. So she kind of moves up, but she kind of moves between the bots. Yeah, I'm new as well. I was told to patrol with these guys. They knew a little
Since
more.
both my patrol mates are up, I'm going to be a typical bruiser and just move up as close as I can to my teammates.
Yep, that's what I would expect.
And Sky's standing kind of in between them, but he's kind of making them look away because she is not the normal drone they always get. So it's like, well, maybe we could grab some bites or something, get some Energon drinks or something after this, And she's just working into it like, yeah, we could. I mean, and you're sitting there. Let me see if. Ooh, that was close. One of them starts to turn to look back at you because you're trying to access this panel. He kind of distracts him. Oh man, this blaster you have, where did you get it at? And it's like, mine. They just sent it with me, and it doesn't seem to fit right. And he's
With
like,
her
oh.
saying that, I'm going to, in the most bruiser voice possible, go, puny blaster.
And she moves over, and the two drones move with her, like, whoa. And she's like, he's a big softy, don't worry. And she's really playing into him. She starts like, touching their arms, getting them to really pay attention to her. So you have full advantage right now to do everything you need to that panel. So I will tell you this right now, with everything you're doing, with her even helping you, I didn't think her rolls are better than the drone's rolls. So it's like, oh my god, you were able to. It looks like you just entered in a code. The door starts to open, and you hear the one, I guess you got to be going. Maybe we could meet up later. And she's like, yeah, definitely, I'd like that.
He's playing it up like he's really nervous, like, oh, okay, I do have access. I guess I'm gonna patrol the room. All right, well, I guess I'll maybe see you guys later. Hopefully.
Oh yeah,
Um,
definitely. Yeah, if you need anything, sir, since you have access, that means you probably have higher rank than us. So, good luck in there, all of you. Now, are you all going in?
Thanks.
Because at this point, they're stepping aside
I'm
to let you.
assuming at least Sky's coming with me,
Yeah.
but I mean, for appearances, I'm assuming Void Striker should also come.
Yeah, as I start to move, I'm going to go resuming patrol protocols.
They give you a wide berth. They're like, nope. You are way bigger in form to them. They're like, nope.
I'm quick sending a little text message to Overload, just saying, "Hang tight. We may need you to come bursting through the door here in a minute."
As the doors start to close, hey, you like seeing him? And they're pointing toward Void Striker for Sky. and she's like, she kind of walks forward closer to the door as it closes. Well, yeah, bigger the bot. And she grabs a hold of your arm, Void Striker, and kind of like just holds onto you. And as the doors close, they're like, oh man, always the big ones get them. And she's sitting there and she starts to grin a little bit, and she goes, oh my god, that was so fun, but at the same time terrifying. And you can feel her gripping your arm, Void Striker. She's just like, I'm just holding onto your forearm. That's all I'm holding on to. It's like, ugh. So, as you guys are standing there, you notice the doors take a moment to close behind you. And I'm trying to move this map so I can open this up so you can see it better. As the doors open up, you see this giant room, which I'm going to do this. The pods go up and up, as well as in the map I couldn't make it look that well. I was working on one area to do this and I couldn't do it, but they also, below them, you see more pods. You see lots and lots of bots. Some of them look really familiar to you guys, at least you two. Sky's like, I've never seen anybody like this before, so. And she's looking around. She goes, who are all these bots in here? Now this room is lit, but again, it's not real bright. You can see in the middle of the room console with multiple screens. And I mean multiple screens. And it looks like things are playing out on them. They're quiet.
Gilgamesh is taking it slow, approaching. He's being very defensive, looking for anything that might happen to pop out on them.
Void Striker and Gilgamesh, do you guys want to make a perception check now, or you can wait in a moment and do it? I'm giving you an option here for a reason. So.
I'll go for it now, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna do it, but look like a patrol bruiser just looking from left to right as walking.
24.
All right.
Well, I got 18. If I have advantage, I don't know if I do.
At this point,
I would have been up ahead
Yeah.
anyway, so probably would get a better view.
but you guys see nobody's in this room except for these states. You hear the systems of these pods, like they're circulating fluids, other stuff, but you see all these bots. I need you to, let me see, what would I have you do to recognize a bot? Not history. Would it be history?
Yeah.
To recognize a bot, it'll be
Either like a history or knowledge.
it'll be in like a investigation or like insight. That's what it was.
Well, if you're remembering from...
Yeah, this would be remembering. Because you guys would
Yeah.
know. Voice Striker, you would know a lot more on it. Overload, you would know just probably close to about as much if you were there. But
I would say history more myself.
Gilgamesh, you would know from information certain things.
Like,
You would
it'd be
still
like
recognize-
books he's read in his time
Yeah.
in the library, so it would be
Yeah.
it would be history for him.
Yeah, so roll perspective for what you think. History or insight or whatever you... I'm going to let you guys choose on that one if you want.
I'd prefer to roll history myself.
Okay, do history then. Yep, there you go. So, holy shit. Still good.
13.
It's alright. Still alright. It's enough. Void Striker, you immediately... You start to recognize a lot of these bots, but you also notice a lot of them are missing parts off of each of them. Like, they've been modified or they've been experimented on in some form.
I'm guessing we're looking at potential crew members of the Nemesis and the Ark.
Yes. You recognize...
I'm immediately going to send a text message over to Gilgamesh, Nemesis and Ark crew members.
As you do, Gilgamesh, you start to recognize even before he gets a few of these bots, you notice both of you, even Sky's like, what has he done to these bots? Now, she doesn't recognize any of them. They're not from her universe, so she doesn't know. You guys see that their brain modules are open. They have wires running into them. Some of their arms and legs are gone. Torsos are even kind of exposed and opened up. And you see on some of the screens, it looks like movies are playing or something.
Perhaps are they simulations?
You have to get a little closer to see if it is or it isn't, or what it is.
Yep, I'm gonna move closer to the monitors and try to see what they're playing out.
I'm going to stop in the middle of the room because obviously a bruiser would not get close to a console.
As you're standing there, Sky goes, "What is this?" And she's really looking at...
I'm not going to lie, this little infiltration we're doing here, Dave, is really fun.
Yeah.
So, as you guys are
Overload,
seeing...
you need to pick up Disguise Self at some point to join us.
I mean, I have my own way of getting in. Just doing it against you.
It's just
Yeah,
gonna sound every alarm in the
Yeah.
station.
Well,
The Coltrane will be proud.
Overload, I will say this. You and Lightwave are sitting there, and he's like, "Do you guys do this all the time?" He's just kind of just really just talking to you at this moment.
More or less, they get to do that stuff. I sit back until something goes wrong.
Oh,
This has been more or less my life for the better part of 1,000,000 years, so. Yeah,
and
this is kind of my job.
Overlord, you see Lightwave next to you go shaking his head. Fascinating. A whole other universe to explore. Maybe I can do good here if, well, maybe if things go okay, right? He's just looking at you, Overload, like, uh.
Well, new life, new possibilities. So after this whole incident's over, you can more or less do with what you can.
So as you are all, Void Striker, Gilgamesh, and Sky, you all three are standing there. Wavelength kind of, she's under your disguise, and she kind of sits up, and she hops down off your shoulder, looking around for a moment, and then she walks forward, stops again. You see her little ear tweak around. She hops up onto the seat, and she looks. Now you see a fluffy tail just hanging off the chair, waving back and forth. And she leans up and she goes, she starts pressing a button. She goes, hmm. Oh, my Primus. Oh, my Macronit. This isn't videos. This is live feed.
Feet of what?
She turns her head and you see the little palace cat face look back like she's mad. But she goes, it's all their. This is them. She gestures with one of her paws. They're all in, like you said, Void Striker, a simulation. They're not here, but they're here. And she goes to start typing, and then she stops and she moves her paws back and she goes, guys, you need to look at this. She moves back, and you see Void Striker, you feel suddenly kind of like fear from Wavelength. You see her hop off the seat, and she kind of runs back at a skulking, like she's lowered down, like she's fearful of something, and she turns and looks back. She turns and she goes, the computer. The computers. Look at them closer. She doesn't want to get close to him.
Gilgamesh will move a little closer. He's not gonna touch nothing, but he's
Void
just...
Striker is immediately going to move closer, knowing exactly what's going on here.
So both of you need to make a perception check. Sky doesn't have any idea what's happening right now. She's like, she leans down to Wavelength, who's closer to her now, and she goes, "Hey, it's gonna be okay. What's?" You both look, and you both recognize these computers. They're very well put together, but you know they are two computers.
Teleturn 1 and the Nemesis Matrix Hub.
Exactly.
Well, destroying the station's now completely off the table.
Wavelength, you guys can see, you look back, you can see Wavelength is kind of behind Sky's legs in this drone form. She's petting, like, hey, it's gonna be okay, what's the matter, what guys, what's going on? She doesn't understand.
We are looking at a mashup of the two strongest super intelligent class computers.
So they use these to make this simulation.
It appears to be the case.
We're not full up on the science just yet, but just based on observation, that does seem the likely outcome.
Wavelength, you can hear a thought in your head, Void Striker. Press the button. On your HUD, you see a specific button. Press it.
I'll move closer to the console and press it.
You hit this one button, and on the main screen in the center, you could terminate the program right now. The problem therein is, it says right behind it, terminate all subjects.
Voitark is just gonna sigh and lean forward a bit. He's hardwired all their matrices into the system. If we terminate the simulations, they die.
You
Like I said, blowing the stations off the table. We need to somehow secure this place.
wavelength kind of voice tracker, you're feeling fear, but you also feel this overwhelming sadness from her. She's not showing it, but she is extremely. Carbine's like, so can we disconnect them and bring them back?
Even if we were to disconnect them now, their bodies are in too rough a shape to survive on their own.
We would need many, many megacycles to help them.
We would need to get all of Cybertron to try and revive them. But we need to get them back to Cybertron in one piece and with their minds still intact.
The best way to help them survive is to take the station back to friendly space, maybe even combine it with my black station to better keep them functional. We don't have enough energon to help them. We'd need to revive Cybertron by putting the Well of Allsparks back first.
But with the energon that's on the station right now, we might be able to use what's already stored here to do just that.
My thoughts exactly. So, new goal, secure station, and bring back to a better location.
Yep, this deeply changes the priority of things.
I'll send Overload a message to update on the situation. I will send a message letting Overload know what we found and the new goal.
Great.
Lightwave is next to you, and he's like, this is not getting any better. All the plots, but wait, if they're wired into the system, and if you turn off the program, that would terminate them.
I would like to do an intelligence roll to modify this to be like I want to do it so if somebody attempts to shut off the simulation, it causes a feedback loop that errors the attempt to shut it down and basically doesn't do anything.
So what was
He's changing the programming number to 0.
What were the computer system? Is that what you wanted to do?
No, just the command code that's embedded in the command to shut it off. Basically making the command code useless. So nobody can shut off the simulation.
Okay, you're going to have to hit a very high number for this. If you
I'm well aware.
And I mean, I planned for this because I knew you'd probably try and tamper with it. So I was like,
yeah.
You're dealing with two computers who are pretty much corrupted at this point, so they will react to you.
Specifically, as I'm doing this, I'm going to attempt to try and get both, if there's even an ounce of the Matrix and Teletran 1 still functioning in this. As I'm doing this, purposely put in both my old Autobot and my old Decepticon code as I'm doing this. In an attempt that maybe what's left of them could recognize.
Alright, let's see.
It's data creating the 36 numeric access code.
Yeah. Okay, so...
I also have a question.
Mm.
No, never mind. That was a stupid question I was going to ask. Never mind.
Alright, so... let's see. You're going to have to do some really, like I said, high roll.
Yeah, I've got a Flash of Genius loaded up and ready to go. Don't worry.
It might not help you.
He's already got it in the
We'll
chamber.
see. Alright.
So intelligence?
Yep. You're gonna need a lot of it.
If I have advantage, nat 20.
Unfortunately, not Carbide, Wavelength's not sitting with you right now, and she's a little distracted, so you don't have advantage.
No, I'm asking about advantage considering technically I am familiar with both these computers.
Yes, you are. I was gonna say because yeah, you're familiar with them. Now I need you to roll it again.
Alright.
We're not done yet.
There's a 22, and just in case you want, like a 24 or something, there you go.
Mm.
It's no above 24.
I need you to roll it again. You're
Oh,
gonna be
the
doing a
worst
lot of
roll.
rolls.
Don't worry, I still have more flash as a genius. I'm good.
What's that? Bump you to 20?
That bumps me to 19.
Oh, 19. That's right. 5. Okay, roll it again.
Uh,
You do get successfully to a point. You get this code rerouted. But Wavelength looks at the code and she goes, the only problem is now they're stuck.
We'll have time later to unstick.
She kind of looks around and I don't think so. But we can try, right? You still
With
feel
enough
this.
time, we can try many things.
You still feel that sadness in her. She's still scared, but she's more sad than anything.
And remember, we're not alone now. We have We have a shockwave on our side, with him and me working on it, and maybe even some more from Cybertron itself. With enough time, we could get them out, even if it is one by one per cycle.
Okay. We can try, right? She doesn't
You
usually
can't fail without attempting.
She doesn't usually sound like hopeful. She's just analytical. She climbs back up on you. The little one even is like, this is horrible. She's a bit in shock. She doesn't understand what's going on fully with all this, but she just thinks it's horrible seeing all these bots like this.
Gilgamesh, I believe with our current disguises we should reroute to the command center and take it over as soon as possible.
Agreed. Looks like the only other place he would have gone through would have been that door over here on the left.
Yeah.
Which, according to the map, is the direction towards the lab, I believe.
Lab and server room. I will give you direction, because these are the two areas. So, you guys want to continue on?
We kind of need to go back for overload.
We do.
Well, there is a little bit of a thing that's going to happen, so it's okay. Overload, you kind of hear the guards going, okay, our shift's up, and the others aren't here. We need to go. I am not sticking around. I'm hungry. And the other one's like, yeah, I need to charge. I'm really low. Fine, let's go. They can deal, and if they're going to get mad, let them get mad at them. We'll just say, they were supposed to be on shift. So you see them walk past you, kind of go down through that cargo room. You hear them, I don't want to go through the main core. That's weird in there. And they go out through the doors. You just hear them kind of mumbling off in the distance as they walk off. I'm going to take these guys and just yank them over here real quick. And they are going to be
charged. The coast is clear for us.
Because they actually were supposed to go away just a little while ago and I forgot to move them. Sorry. So, Overload, you can move up if you want. And unfortunately, you're sitting at a coded door right now, unless somebody's,
But I was gonna
backdoored it.
say because it was spliced already, so it should
Yeah.
still be spliced since no one repaired it.
Yeah, Lightwave goes, do we need to do the hacky thing? Just kind of like, he goes, I can
It should.
do it, but
I mean, it should still be sliced if since they didn't bother to
Yeah,
repair
because
it.
I
They
use
don't.
yeah,
tools on that console,
yeah,
so it
yeah.
technically should just be Jimmy rigged to just open.
So you two are standing there looking at this console, and he's like, should we just push the button?
I guess I'm just gonna press like because I'm guessing it's like a keypad thing, so I'll just like press enter.
And the door is open. And he just looks at you and he goes, it worked. Let's go.
Yep.
So you don't have to wait for the doors to do their cycle. You guys walk in, and Lightwave is still walking in. He's looking around. I was hoping this was a horrible memory. These bots. This is horrible. I remember walking through here once.
They're
It-
safe for now.
We need to address one problem at a time, and right now the priority is going to be to make sure we get them secured. So we got to take over the command center and secure the station.
Lightwave looks around and he goes, there may be another way too. It's here. I'm not sure. But sections, wow, I cannot talk. Sections of the station can break off if need be. But I don't remember how to do it because I did not get to see that coding and everything. So
If that's the case, with enough time at this terminal, I can break off this section. If you guys want to move back to the main section, I'll take this section with me. To get it to Prometheus.
I gotta be right back.
okay, it's okay.
Okay.
Go ahead. So you guys are standing there. Lightwave keeps looking over at the door over here. He goes, I remember some stuff. And I think that's where I was when they put the control module on me that you conveniently removed. But this is. I am not absolutely sure. Wavelength
Well-
hasn't really said much, so she's kind of been quiet now. Oh, okay. We're good.
So yeah, I'd say I'm just gonna move over to the console over here and just kind of be on guard while Void Striker does this thing.
Lightwave comes up to you, Void Striker, and he goes, is there a way I can assist?
That side of the console is more or less like Teletran 1. And I'll give him the rundown on how to go and search for potentially the routine to separate.
Gotcha. Alright. Let's see. And he like kind of takes his hands and he puts them on the console for a moment, and then he goes, oh. And one of his fingers open up and a cord comes out and it connects into a port. And he goes, oh, that's faster. Oh, wow, this coding. Fascinating. Oh. I'm encountering two codes. Is this the
That's-
Nemesis?
It's a merge of two. Yes, it's a merging of two computers. The Autobot's greatest computer and the Decepticon's greatest computer.
Oh, these two factions. There's so much. And he starts to kind of twitch every once in a while. He unplugs and he goes, there's so much anger and hatred toward each other. Are
Yeah,
they-
when you get down to the baseline, they're exactly the same.
And he plugs back in. He goes, it turned into something so erroneous. This is dumb. There could have been peace between these people. They're all Cybertronian, correct? And he looks over at you, Void Striker.
Yes, from what I understand, the Civil War started over a simple wanting to be free. Then the message got corrupt because one side refused to listen. The
And
side that refused to listen eventually started fighting for freedom.
as you're both sitting there, are these two significant? And he actually has control of a couple of the screens, and he pulls up two very recognizable bots. Optimus
That's
Prime.
Megatron and
Yep.
Optimus.
Yeah. He goes, these are their leaders? But
Megatron, his history is a winding road that looped onto itself multiple times.
and then this one, he looks at Optimus. This is it
Who the
turns
Matrix of Leadership belongs to.
did belong to. And he goes, hang on. He starts to do something. You notice the screen starts to kind of go through a list, and all of a sudden it stops on their names. Like you could see it scrolling on two different rows, and suddenly the pods all around you guys start to shift. It's not loud, it's pretty smooth sounding, so it's and it looks like a conveyor belt system just going up and down. And
That's only the Rubik's Cube.
yeah, almost. You see the pods in a couple sections start to move. They start to come around, and he goes, I found your Megatron, correct? And the pod tips up, and you just hear Wavelength kind of scream a little bit. For the first time, she's showing real emotion, and you feel terror from her, Void Striker. What did the what? And she's lost for words. Carbine's like,
I'm assuming
trying to help her.
Megatron looks worse than he does in like Transformers the animated series.
He looks, well, let's put it this way. His head is detached from his torso, his arms, his arm cannon is gone. His arm on his other side, half of it's there. They're disassembled from the shoulder joints. His hip sockets are completely removed. One of his legs is completely gone.
This sounds exactly like Transformers the animated series Megatron
Yeah.
at the beginning.
And so you're seeing only pieces of him in his head. It looks like you're looking at the Terminator, except for, yeah, it just looks like half of it. His head's there, and there's wires jumped into it, and he is really. That's the only thing that's really active on him. The rest of him looks like it's dead. And on the other side, a pod flips up. You guys are looking at Optimus Prime. At least what should be Optimus Prime. You see his chest cavity is completely gone. His arms are detached. He has no hands. It looks like he's got major damage on one of those arms. His head, it doesn't even look like his head. It looks like somebody stripped back the helmet on top of him, and you just see wires jumped into this.
Are they both flatlined?
They are somewhat showing life signs, but really they're not there. It's just their memory modules.
There you go. There's a GIF.
Yeah, I know. I was like, yeah, it's kind of like that, but worse. Like, way worse. So, you guys are seeing them. Their optics really are not lit up like they're alive anymore. They don't really have any color to them. It's like they're just on life support.
With the computer, I'm gonna see if I can find the simulation. Does it look like they're active in any way?
Lightwave kind of looks through the programming with you, and he helps you pull it up, and he shows on the screen, and he points with his other hand, and he points to the screen kind of directly in front of you. He goes, there. You see them, and you can see the programming running. It's really not them. It's like what Phoenix is, an AI. He is not with Spark, but he's like a simulation.
I'm just
of it.
gonna put my hands on the thing, lean forwards and go, they're both gone.
You just feel complete, but it's not you. It's Wavelength. She's completely in shock. She's seen things. She's gone through her own stuff. She's very old. And it's like she's reliving memories. And she's just shaking on the floor. Sky is looking down at her. I think we have a problem. She's not near any of you, and she's just shaking on the floor in her little palace cat form.
I'm gonna turn to the Optimus and Megatron pods, and in Ancient Cybertronian, do the to all or one him.
And it's Lightwave goes, I found the protocol for, I think it's like explosive bolts to detach this section. And it has its own support system from what it looks like. We're kind of standing on it. He looks directly down.
Well, once we detach this section, we're gonna have to move fast.
Would you like me to call in the reinforcements I have once they detach with this section?
Yours are gonna be better than what I could offer. I can get us ground support, but moving something of this size, yeah, we're gonna need some air support for this.
I'll get this part to Prometheus as quickly as I can and return as quickly as I can. Because once this is detached, you'll have to deal with any shockwave on this station.
Drift has gotten down and transformed into his bot form to approach Wavelength.
I'm back.
She looks totally
Welcome back.
scared, and she is freaking out. And Drift kind of Wavelength. You hear his voice is just different. Are you okay? She whips around and swipes at him, and does she actually contact him? She actually misses him. He jumps back real fast. Wavelength, whoa, it's me. And
I'm gonna walk up to Wavelength and pick her up. I'm not caring if she's damaging me or not.
she starts to bite and scratch at you, and how much of a grip are you gonna have on her? Can you do a bit of a strength check? Because she is pretty strong.
Yeah.
So
I'm just gonna hold her as tight as I need to, but as gently as I can.
She is biting into you. She's actually chipping into you a little bit, but she's really not damaging you. And you can just feel the fear, and she's freaking out, trying to squirm. Nope, she's still not getting out of your grip, but she is trying. She really isn't registering, and Drift is like, Wavelength, it's us. It's okay. You're safe.
Through
She's-
my bond with Wavelength, I'm just going to simply say, talk to me.
You just get the words fear. That's it. Scared. Terrified. Not again.
There will never be another time. We will stop at this time.
Make me a strength check again.
All right. Whoa. Probably not that high this time.
Hmm. Worth a shot, right? Oh, wow. Holy crap. She actually beat you on this one.
Huh?
She squirms out of your
Against-
hand. Okay, so you grab a hold of her before she can
Quality
squirm
four.
away. Before she can get away.
18.
Dang. So she's squirming as much as she can. She's just trying to get away, and you feel all this fear from her, and you know something's going on, but you can't get through right now. She is just freaking out.
With out loud in Minicon, I'm simply going to say, I'm not going to leave you like I did last time. I will be here.
Okay, she's going to do this. The little one gets off your shoulder and walks down your arm, like climbs down it as you're trying to hold her. She knows the risk. The little one walks up. Wavelength is just flat out, totally freaking out. And little one, you can hear her in Minicon. Stop. This isn't who you are. I know you've been through a lot. We all have. And she's very calm. She's getting closer. Now, Wavelength could just crush her easily. She's that strong. But, wow, okay. Wavelength starts to respond a little bit. She starts to calm down. Void Striker, you start to feel the fear is still there, but it's calmer fear in a way. It's still fear. And Wavelength's not looking at you. She's looking at the little one. She's still trying to struggle a bit, but you hear this voice, and even Carbine starts to hear it. Aegis hears it. Drift hears it. And you can see this pulsing from each of them. And it's like the little one is almost commanding them to help her without knowing what they're doing. And Gilgamesh, you can kind of feel this, like Carbine's being pulled forward. And she's not doing it intentionally. She's just a tug on
I'm
you.
saying this out of
'cause she's
character.
pulled-
The little one put her big boy pants on.
Yeah, in a way, she did. She gets closer. You know she could be in great danger. She could get slapped off of you and take a lot of damage. She gets closer. Wavelength is responding. And she just keeps saying calm. The beeps to the rest of you sound just very melodic. The little one gets close enough to Wavelength. Oh my god, the chances of that happening again. Okay. Nat 20. She touches Wavelength's paw, and instantly she freezes. She doesn't move. She's almost like a statue in your hands right now, Void Striker. She's just not moving at all. And the little one just tips her head down.
It doesn't matter how much she's moving or not. Ridstriker's still going to hold her because Wavelength is the oldest companion Ridstriker has ever known.
As you are holding her, she falls limp. The little one has her optics closed and head down as she's touching her paw. And the little one kind of steps back and she goes, "She'll be okay." Somebody's going to need to catch the little one.
I was literally about to say, I'm going to put my hand out for her.
That's good. Because she starts to fall over. And she kind of falls off your arm. You have your hand out to catch her. She lands very softly, and she's just laying there. I need to rest. And she kind of just powers down.
I'm going to open up my chest compartment because it is a massive chest compartment and put both Wavelength and the little one in there.
So, Wavelength is just like a big fluffy ball you're moving around. You set her in there, and it looks like when you set the little one in, she's like leaning up against Wavelength like she's a big pillow. And she's just curled up in there, wrapped up in her paws.
They
And
should feel a little bit more comfortable in there,
Yeah.
considering the matrix of leadership is in there, and that
It's warming
apparently
them.
generates like an aura of like warmth type thing.
Yeah, they're like, it's warm in here. So Wavelength is currently offline, so you won't have advantage with her if you need to rely on her for anything.
Yeah.
For right now. The little
Well,
one,
now that situation's over,
yeah, she
I'm gonna
literally
stand
went
up and
into
go.
PTSD moment.
Gonna look to Gilgamesh and go. I'll stay here. Send me a signal when you want me to detach the station and let hell loose.
Lightwave goes, I'll stay here with you to assist. Unless you need me elsewhere. And he's like, like almost eager a little bit.
I might need you here because I might need to leave to escort the station from the outside. This section.
All right. So he'll sit there with you. Sky goes, is she going to be okay? And she's talking about Wavelength.
She'll be fine. It's something I've been trying to work with her through. What you gotta understand is we've been around far longer than anyone that I've known. We've seen things that many should never have to be forced to see.
Drift slowly walks back. He goes, yeah, she's older. Well, pretty much the oldest of us that are left of Minicons. He's not doing his dude voice or anything. He's just very... Even Carbine's just kind of like, yeah, some of us kind of gone through a lot.
It's
She
fine.
has gone through a
You
lot.
guys can stay here. This section is more or less secure. And I trust you would be able to handle anything coming your way. And if not, you can always call on us and we can always double back.
As you say that, I'm purposely going to rack the railguns on my arm.
See?
Boom.
Nothing to worry about.
And you
And
guys...
he's just gonna turn and start working on the console over here.
So, you get to this console. You notice its security's pretty high, but Carbine goes, I guess I'm going to have to do this one. And so she gets to work on it.
You can get into the wiring a little better than I can.
Yeah, she kind of
Well,
transforms.
from the Matrix, from when I opened the console down in the south area, I'm going to send a little guide to Gilgamesh in case he needs it from that, in case it's similar.
Oh, that would be helpful. That will give you a bit of an advantage in this. So, with that, good. It takes her a little bit of time, but she works the wiring, she works the console. She goes, Gilgamesh, try and press a code, any code. And she's sitting there, like, she's upside down almost, sitting there looking up as she's holding wires and doing stuff.
And he's just gonna type in a random code.
And the doors pop open and start to open. Again, a heavier set of doors. This hallway, let me open it up, and you will see.
We've been at this for 4.5 hours, guys.
Yeah,
worry.
we're gonna have to separate this section here soon.
Don't worry, don't worry. It's gonna get
I gotta
exciting.
pee.
Oh no. No bathroom break for you.
just Forrest Gump that shit. I gotta pee.
Okay.
Nah, man,
Well-
you got a level 100 code on the shit. Get the shit bucket. Let's go.
All right. So we'll kind of be wrapping up here pretty soon anyway, because you guys are getting closer to things. You're looking down this hallway though. You see a doorway to the left, door to the right. You know the left, as to be a server room and the right to be some kind of lab or something.
By the way, it is a real shame Orion Pax is dead, but you know.
I didn't say they were alive, so
Yeah.
different universe, and I had this planned out for a while, so I was like, I know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, it makes me even more worried that I've got the Matrix of leadership in me now.
Yeah, well, I've got the Wild Allspark in me. How do you makes me feel?
The two of you two are very important right now.
Do you want me to
Yeah.
take that with me in case you get hit?
No.
And then there's me. Nothing special.
Hey, you might end up with Megatron's Dark Star Saber. You know, don't count yourself short. Or you might even get his Nova Cannon. You know.
Yeah, I didn't say his cannon wasn't attached to him, so.
Yeah. I am curious where his Nova Cannon is, because that's a really powerful fucking gun.
You might find out.
Wouldn't you like to know?
So, what would you like
When
to
you like to
do?
know, weather boy.
Sky kind of comes over near you, Gilgamesh, and she looks down. Left or right?
I believe they said the left is the server room and the right was the lab. Dealer's choice, I guess. Go left.
Okay. And she's like, let's go ahead, but let's be careful.
I can't imagine there's a lot to worry about in the server room, but never know.
Maybe you should take the big boat with you. He's standing there, menacingly.
So, you guys get to this. The doors are still open, so you guys can see them down there. You guys see the console, and Carbine kind of looks, and she goes, huh. And she goes, she
Use
hops
your
down.
words.
She goes, she reaches up with her little tentacle arms. She goes, server room. I guess it's not that important. But she pulls a panel off and she goes, she takes a couple wires out. And she goes, could it be that easy? She slams them together and the doors open to the server room. And she goes,
Considering the lack security in the rest of the station, you really shouldn't be that surprised.
yeah, but this is like old design wiring, so some of it's newer. And she leans her head out and she goes, some of it isn't. It's,
Old tech been retrofitted.
yes. And she goes, wait a minute. Let's go check the server room before I say anything else. She gets up and the doors open. And
You gonna go with them, Overload?
There we go. Oops. Did I open this
That
one?
was
There we go.
turned down.
Just to make sure I highlighted that. So that way you can see. You guys see a whirring, you hear the drives and the systems beeping and doing all kinds of stuff. You see a console at the end. Carbine kind of hops off your shoulder and runs up to it. She's looking around. She goes, nobody's in here. She looks at
So I'm just slowly walking up to catch up to Carbine to meet her over at the console over here.
she looks she's at this point she's hopped up and she's looking around in her little caracal form and her little ears are tweaking around and she's like the little tufts and you see her head moving and she starts pushing buttons with her paws. She goes doo 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 and you can see her doing it. Sky's kind of back at the door and she goes, anything of interest in here? She really isn't
Possibly.
doing...
Still
So-
accessing the network.
She Carbine kind of looks at the screens and you can see all the data coming up. She goes, oh, Prometheus isn't
Awesome.
going to be happy about this.
Care to elaborate?
Yeah, we're sitting in a Titan. At least what's left of one.
Oh, great. Just another problem to add to the list.
Yeah. should I make that list a little longer? And she literally pulls up a little hologram of a fake list, and she just like it doesn't say anything. She's just being humorous. She goes, "There we go."
Enter the third grade squiggly cursive that
Yeah.
doesn't say anything.
Yeah, it just literally doesn't say nothing. It's just a joke that she's like, another thing to list, and it's like a scroll of paper that she just flicks off and that's nowhere and it disappears.
She just Destiny 2 emoted on me.
God damn it.
Yeah, how do you feel?
A little disappointed.
Actually, I wasn't intending that, but that works too.
Well, I mean, you painted that picture for me.
I know, I just didn't think about it. I'm sorry. But it was funny.
I know. I'm just playing it up.
So she's looking around. She goes, "This is just a general data bank of all the stuff." Oh, this is of all the stuff he's. This is just Shockwave's data mostly. It's very old. Well, there's some new stuff.
Download what you can. Anything and everything.
She goes, hang on. And she pulls out, it's like she opens her mouth up and she spits out like, it almost looks like a flash drive. She goes, "I'm going to put it on this though, because I don't trust carrying this data in my head." And then she pops it into a spot. She starts copying. She goes, "This might take it a minute if you want to go check out the other. Nobody's in here and pretty quiet. If there's a problem, I'll let you know." So she's sitting there. She goes,
Gilgamesh will just kind of walk a little closer over to the door. He's not gonna leave the room per se, but he's gonna kind of move closer to the other two.
Sky's sitting there with Overload. "Well, Overload, do you want to check out this room with me?"
Sure. Want me to take the lead?
Yeah, let's see what the coding is for this. So she moves to the panel and Drift kind of goes,
I'll be
I
right
know.
back.
No problem, go ahead. She looks down at the panel and Drift gets down and he goes, "Oh, I can help with this too. I am an engineer, so." He goes, "I'm not a hacker though, but..." And he goes, "Carbine," over the comms, "it was these two wires, right?" And she's like, "Yeah, those two. You think they're going to do the same?" And she's like, "Hit them together and see what happens." He hits it together. He gets a bit of a shock from it. And he's, "Ow! Yo! Dude, that was not nice." And he switches back to his voice skin. And he goes, "Well, the door popped open." And the doors slowly open up. Overload, can you give me a perception check real quick? And
Yep.
I gotta do Skies as well. And, well, she kinda...
With
he doesn't.
Aegis, 22.
Alright. So, you two see it. Drift's too busy, like, transforming back and kind of getting back up in the air. Sky is kind of looking to you for a moment, and she notices you're looking down at the floor as the doors open, and you see what looks like purpley smears of something that looks like energon. The room is kind of dark, so you really can't see anything yet until you step in.
Oh.
Which I need to grab the reveal area so you can see this. There we go. Oops. Did I get this too? Let me make sure I got that clear. There we go. I don't want it blocking. Oh. So, you can step in and the lights will kick on. Sky kind of steps in after you and she's kind of got her hand on her blade just in case. But she looks around. You guys immediately see tables, lab tables, medical benches, and such in this room. They just cracked open a door in Gilgamesh, and they Overload and Aegis spotted some purpley stuff as the door opened on the ground that looked like energon smears. Sky kind of steps in behind you and she goes, "What is this? What happened in here?" You
I want to go ahead and kneel down and inspect the purple energon looking stuff.
you you kind of touch it with your fingers and you bring it up. And you just automatically, that's energon. That's that's from a bot.
And, and I'm guessing with the consistency, fresh.
Yes. You step in though, the lights all come on though. You see all this stuff. You see a couple of medical like beds. It looks like something happened bad, like really bad. You noticed a couple of the smaller beds that would fit, say, a mini con. You see energon smears all over. You see some familiar purpley green liquid too around. You can see this all from the doorway because nothing's really blocking your view. You see what's left of a bot in one of the seats, at least parts of it. And it looks like somebody has just cut and removed and butchered this bot, whatever bot it was. You notice its chest piece, the torso, is still there, but there is a visible hole in it where a spark should be. Like somebody cut it open like a can opener and with a can opener and pulled out the spark.
Hmm. I took it this
Damn, bro,
place
that
is
brutal.
most likely not a medical facility or medical station. At least not the way they're using it.
Drift kind of floats across very slowly and carefully, noticing some of the consoles come on and the lighting. He's like, if I might just hurl, this is disgusting. He floats over to one of the smaller beds further at the back. He The guy's like, Drift, are you okay? She can feel what he's feeling. His head's down, his fins are down. Like she kind of overload. He's feeling really sad right now. He just kind of turns his beaked head and looks over and he focuses with his eyes and he goes, "Oh no." Drift is looking at one of his minicon people, at least what's left of them.
There's a time and place, but currently we aren't able to lament.
Barely saying it loud enough, but just enough you guys all hear it. All you hear him say is, "I failed again." Sky kind of walks over to him and kind of grabs him out of the air. He transforms into bot form and she's just hugging him. He holds on to her and he doesn't say much, but he's just, he's crying, but he's not making it verbal. And Sky's kind of walking back and she stops at one of the consoles and she's looking at it and she goes, "Hey, Overlord, do you want to look at this?" and she is technically, whoops, wrong screen. Oh. She is technically up the middle now.
What's up?
What is that? And she's pointing to the screen, and she doesn't know what this is, but it's referring to the mini con, like generally the people, but it looks like a diagram, or at least a 3D diagram that is playing, like it's leading from the station down to the planet where it's tethered to, and it looks like some kind of almost like pyramid shaped object down below. And there's something housed in it that you guys see these readings. This guy's looking at it. Aegis really isn't saying much. He doesn't know much about this. And he goes, he kind of does recognize the shape. He goes, is that one of our temples? At least used to be. What did he do to our planet? You can kind of feel Aegis getting mad. Drift kind of looks over and he goes, dudes, that is one of our old temples, but why is he hooked into this one? And he's kind of trying, you can see him, he's looking over every once in a while, but he stops and he's like, I gotta stay focused, dudes. And he starts touching the console and the screen and he moves it around. He goes, this is, I think, where he's trying to get some power from our planet? Aegis, I don't remember any of this. We don't have too many things like this. I don't remember a temple, but did he build it over top of it or something? Or did he make this temple? Maybe it's a conduit. Maybe that's what it is. I mean, the design and everything. He's really trying not to focus on the fact that what's happened in this room. He goes, you know what? I'm just going to download this. And he puts in a drive. This guy looks to you, Overload. Are they trying to pull power from a planet? I mean, didn't they destroy some planets to get power?
Yeah, so most likely they're keeping the world alive until they extract what they need.
You feel Aegis's talons kind of dig in a little bit tighter because he's pissed. Carbine in the other room has finished downloading onto this little drive, and her little tentacle arm reaches out, grabs it, and she turns around to you, Gilgamesh. She puts it in her mouth, and like it almost looks like she swallows it.
Get everything you need?
I think so. Let's see what the others are up to. There's not much else in here.
Yeah,
And
let's go join him over in the lab.
So she runs up, she jumps up your arm and climbs right back up. She goes, yeah, kind of creepy for a server room. It's empty. Like, nobody's here. So,
Yeah, like I said earlier, this lacks security that he has. Even if it's just this section of the station, it's way too relaxed.
yes, I agree, but I don't think this is the one we're looking for.
Maybe
So-
not, but you think someone of his intellect and stature would understand the needs for greater security.
Maybe he just doesn't care.
That could be, but that would also be a sign of ego, which really doesn't strike me as something he would be.
True. Well, let's go see what the others have found.
You know, we're just walking through the hall and just
So-
moving over to the next room.
So you guys, you step in, you see Overload and Sky, but you see a literal Energon bloody mess. You see the one body, which is very big. You can see it mutilated. Carbine's like, oh, what? What? What happened? And then she kind of pans around and she sees the other body. And she immediately is off your shoulders. She runs over across the tables. And Drift is like, yes, it is one of ours. He immediately drops the persona. He's just, it's just another failure. Carbine.
Well, no sense in dwelling on the moment now. We need to gather what we can from here and move on.
Carbine kind of moves around the screen with Drift, but is looking over, and she goes, I understand. Her tentacle arm kind of wraps around Drift's shoulders, and she's hugging him, and he kind of leads into it. So he's kind of chilling out. Sky goes, hey, you got to look at this. Carbine immediately goes, that's one of our temples, at least what used to be. And Drift's like, yeah, it looks like he hooked up to it to power off our planet somehow. You start to feel anger a little bit from Carbine now, Gilgamesh. Like, great, so they're messing with our home now. She starts getting really angry a little bit more, but she's keeping it cool.
Carbine, it just might explain what happened to your world as of current.
Yes, I know.
If we know what he did to turn it off, we might find a way to turn it back on.
So, as you guys are looking at this, Drift goes, okay, I've got it downloaded. Why don't we get out of here? And he kind of looks over at the body. I'd like to be able to bury them, or at least return them to our home, but there's information.
If we can, but for now, securing the station's going to be priority. If we can get everyone back home, we'll see that they're properly given burials. But for now, we gotta stay on focus, stay on the mission.
Carbine kind of hugs Drift again, and then he gets up and he transforms into his turtle form, flies over, stays with Sky. Carbine
he just looks over to Drift real quick. There'll be a time and a place for grieving later. Stay on point.
Understood. Not even, dude. He's just him. And Sky kind of walks around you, Overload. I don't really want to be in here too much more. So she goes out into the hallway.
Yeah, once we've gathered everything that we can from this laboratory, we're gonna leave.
So, as you guys are out in the hallway, you suddenly hear a door opening. And... oops, wrong one. I need him, not him. You see the doors to your left start to open up. And you see a very big bot step through.
I was gonna say, would it be possible for me to pull the two back in?
If you want to, you can. You can try.
I would like.
Difference
to
is,
try
as far as I'm aware, Dave, like Gilgamesh and Sky, are still disguised as drones.
Yeah, we haven't dropped our disguises.
Okay, so then if anything,
So it's you who is gonna stay out of
I
sight.
need to stay. Yeah. So then I'll stay out of
Okay,
sight.
that works. So you see a very massive version of Shockwave, but this one's not all purple. He has got green and purple striping, like electricity looking striping, or cut looking striping. I don't know how to describe that, but it works. And his optic is not like purple. It's like a deep yellowish color, but it seems to fluctuate between a red and a yellow. It's not really dark, it's more of an orange. So, and he looks at you two. What are you two doing in here?
Gilgamesh will snap to attention, playing the role of the guard. On patrol, sir.
Who ordered you to patrol here?
I thought it was you, sir.
Incompetence. Why do I even bother? Yeah. And this attitude is much more aggressive. He's not very analytical. He's more of just pissed off rage.
I can hear this conversation going from that hallway. Yeah.
You hear it echoing down toward you. He
I'm
can't see
immediately
you.
going. I'm immediately going to tell Wavelength to hide, and I'm just going to act the way of a bruiser, just waiting in standby.
He unplugs immediately and he jumps behind the console because it's big. So, and you hear him. Fine. Patrol. Don't touch anything. Don't play with the experiments. They might play with you. But stay out of my way. As he walks by you both, he shoves you both against the wall. Like slams you. And he continues
As
on.
he's walking by, I'm looking him over thoroughly. I can't do anything about it now, but I'm looking for a weakness in his armor.
I will tell you if you do, but you're going to have to perceive it well enough to do so. He gets into the other room. He sees you standing there, Void Striker, but you're not Void Striker. What are you doing here?
When he comes in, I'm going to stand at attention. Turn at him and go, bruiser unit on standby.
You shouldn't be in here.
Attached to patrol unit. Ordered on standby due to sensitive equipment.
He looks you up and down. And he's dwarfing over you a bit. He's pretty big. So he's looking at you. You're not one of my normal units here. Maybe you're one of his, but not mine. He turns away from you for a moment, and he flips his arm over. His arm console is not in the same place as like most of you. He looks at his arm for a moment, and then he tips down. We'll see if you're one of his in a moment. And you see his arm cannon, that nice little blaster of his, swing around, and he has it pointed right at you, Void Striker.
Do I see this from where I'm at?
Yep, you will. As you do, though, you hear the doors next to you guys open again. And the second set of doors open, and Shockwave steps through. He looks at you both. What are you doing here? Who gave you authorization? He's just looking at you for a moment. Follow me, drones. We will deal with this. And he has you come down to the other shockwave. He wants you to follow.
Gonna follow. And I'm just giving Sky just a little knowing look, but just a gesture to follow.
So she's going to follow. It's wherever you want to put her. I'm going to put her in there for you.
We'll probably be kind of back over here, like a little distance from the shockwave, but kind of standing at attention.
Drift is glued to the backside of of Sky right now, and he's over the comms really quiet.
And he's just like, stay calm. We can't fight them in here.
Is this one of your units? And the cannon turns toward Shockwave. So Shockwave is pointing his own cannon at Shockwave. There we go.
Talk about playing with yourself.
And he looks, the other Shockwave, your version, looks at you. Who authorized you to be in here? Because it wasn't.
Authorization unknown. Attached to patrol.
He looks up at the other one. Not mine. The other V-Wave points his cannon back at you. Well then, extermination is acceptable, isn't it? You swear he's smiling at you when he's doing this, but he really doesn't have a facial expression. And you can hear his cannon start to whir up. So, who are you?
Unit not properly designated.
Not a good enough answer. And he's slowly twisting the cannon as it powers up. I'm going to ask you again. Who, and the cannon gets closer to your face, are you?
Last person of authority identified. Unit designation given by Eva.
Why would she give orders when she's not here? Answer the question.
Above this unit's knowledge grade.
He powers down and he backs his hand or cannon away from you, and you see his hand pop out instead. It transforms into another hand, and he reaches out. He's going to grab you and lift
I
you
will
up.
not resist.
And he starts to squeeze. You are not what you appear to be. He turns toward you, the other Shockwave. Not yours. And he flings you as hard as he can. And you're going to take a little damage from this. You're going to take
Kind of figured I would.
You're going to take 28 damage. You hit the wall really hard. You don't lose your persona, though, but you do take a lot of good hit there. He turns back around, and he goes, so if he isn't yours, and she supposedly sent him, I do not like infiltrators or traitors. And he switches back to his hand cannon, and he points it at you. He takes aim. Is anybody gonna do anything right now? I'm giving this.
Yep,
I
so
am. There's something I do want to do here. This is with disguise self, by the way.
I was gonna also say, I'm more or less waiting for like a call-in of like if I should step in, since I am still like heavily with new powers.
I'm literally in a position to cut his arm off, and I'm willing to do it.
All right, you are a little bit back, but he's got his cannon out.
I'm going to slowly approach him in a way that a normal bruiser doesn't.
Okay.
So normally a bruiser is rigid. I'm going to move fluidly towards him.
You move toward him. He's like,
And then, using disguise self, I'm going to turn myself into an alternate shockwave. Like, I'm going to make it look like I'm shifting my panels in front of him.
Let's see if he. Oh, you're so damn lucky. That was 2 below it. He looks at you and he's like, what is going on here? And he turns his cannon toward the other shockwave. So one of you is not mine. The other shockwaves, this is illogical. I am the only shockwave here in this universe. And he's still got his cannon, and he's kind of pointing between you two.
To your statement, I'm going to go. Your statement is logical, if you do not take into account recent galactic or dimensional phenomenon.
V-Wave is really just... You see him pull up his other hand, and it transforms into another cannon. He's just aiming at both of you at this point. I could just remove you both, and it wouldn't bother me any, but you've been so well serving. Which one should I take out? Or maybe I could send you both to be my experiments. You see the one shockwave closest to him kind of take a step back, like, please no.
I'm just gonna not even
without-
move and just go. Your reasoning is logical for yourself, however illogical because it will reduce experimentation efficiency by at least 35%.
That is illogical. We can increase that. He takes back and he transforms both of his hands. And he's sitting there. So I have two shockwaves. One of them makes logical sense. And he nods kind of toward you, Void Striker, thinking you're the one he has here. But he looks at the one closest to him. You, Gilgamesh and Sky, you two are going to see this shockwave taking a few more steps back, and you can kind of hear a cannon start to power up. And V-Wave is standing there, and he goes, so... Bit, byte, which digit do I remove? And he's pointing to both of you. And if you're both lying, it's no loss to me because I have other plans. Would you like to say something, Shockwave Void Striker?
No, I'm gonna play the role of Shockwave. What he's saying is up to him to decide. My input logically has no input.
Sir, you hear the shockwave. He looks, sir, it is illogical. I've been with you this whole time. And he looks, V-Wave looks at both of you, but then he looks at the one closest to him, and he goes, true. To distract me from letting intruders in? I've noticed some discrepancies. So, were you here to distract me? Illogical. I was not here to do any distracting. Obviously, he is the distraction because of the way he was. He's really trying to play it off a little bit. But you guys can still hear Gilgamesh and Sky. You both are hearing that cannon whirring up a bit more.
As this is going on, I'm going to turn to him and go, Sir, it is illogical for him to distract you. It is more logical for him to be as close to you as possible to extract as much information as possible. Send
I'm readying
to perhaps another party.
to drop disguise and attack the guy who's holding these two up. Like, just before he fires, if it comes down to that, he's gonna drop disguise and attack.
Let's see if V-Wave's patience is very thin. Shockwave looks up at V-Wave, and V-Wave just kind of, and his one hand turns into V-Wave's hand turns into a cyber blade, and he looks like he's gonna swipe down on top of you, Void Striker. He starts to come across. As he does, Sky feels drift start to try and move off her back, but she's like, "Do not move." He swipes past you, slicing down the middle of Shockwave, right down his torso, at a diagonal. I don't like traitors, especially ones who are trying to, shoot me. The blade is right in front of both of you, Gilgamesh and Sky. Both of you have this blade within a very close proximity where he stopped it after he went through. You see Shockwave reach up like he's trying to grab, and you just see his optic go out and the two halves slide, and what you see is left of his spark split in half, and him turn completely gray and just fall to the ground. So this one's dead. Lightwave is sitting behind the console, and he is not moving. He is very still. He's kind of witnessed through the cracks between the screens, what just happened. And he's just being very still because he knows if he's caught, he's dead too. V-Wave looks at you and he goes, "I don't know who you are and why you are bothering me. And if he lured you here for a reason, he's gone now, so he can't protect you." And he takes a clip. He's getting closer
I'm
to
gonna
you.
look at him and go, then I guess that makes you my new employer.
You see his optic just staring you up and down. Hmm. So, if you are mine to deal with in command, as he kind of paces around you a little bit. Now, again, he is way bigger than you, and he kind of puts his hand on top of your shoulder, which is, again, massive. The same hand that just had a blade on it. He goes, "Those two. They're not one of the drones that are normally here. What
I've
should we do?"
reprogrammed them from another base to infiltrate. I can reprogram to be more useful and counter espionage if you prefer.
I don't trust them here. As is, if you're going to work for me. Or, well, just serve me.
As he says this, I'm going to use Decide Self to stop looking like Shockwave and make myself look like a very veteran Decepticon. I figured you'd prefer me to look like I actually am.
I don't trust you either. For that
That's
fact.
sound judgment.
Judgment. I've served another master for so long, and he is hungry. wasn't stupid weapons that stopped this version, you would have been here sooner because of deception, lies. So I don't trust any one of you.
And
Especially
because you don't
one.
trust us, that should make us a very valuable asset.
Fine. And he paces around and he's behind you again. Kill them. Both of them.
Clean, messy.
I don't care. Messy's much more fun. It's always fun to watch the energon splatter everywhere. It's either that, and as you're standing there, that hand transforms into a blade. I could just take you as well. And he's slowly hovering it back and forth near your head.
I'm gonna look at him without flinching and go, I prefer fun over messy if you don't mind.
And he moves the blade away. Interesting. So do I. Doesn't mean I trust you. And he waves the blade, almost hitting you, but he misses you.
I'm simply gonna go, you shouldn't trust me. I work for the highest bidder.
In this case, that would be me. And he points the blade right at your head. And I mean, it's really close. You fail in any way, and I even get a sensor reading of you doing anything funny, I'll just, him. And he points toward the dead shockwave on the ground.
Loud and clear, boss.
So, I gave you an order. Why haven't you done it then?
Because I'm already doing it the fun way.
Oh.
And with that, I'm gonna let out a small chuckle.
Oh, then I would like to see you work. I want to see how much you will do.
Alright, I'm going to move myself behind Gilgamesh and Sky and send them a small message saying, play along.
This guy's like, I'm like, okay.
I'm going to start with Gilgamesh and basically pretend to jack into his cortex from behind.
You see V-Wave standing there, and he goes, "Oh, are we going to have that kind of fun?" And he just sitting there watching with delight.
When after a bit, I'm going to send a message to Gilgamesh to scream and pretend to go offline after about like 10 seconds. And then I take the cortex. I de-jack.
Yep, so I'll play along to that roll and wait for the 10 seconds and do his thing.
He's watching with anticipation on this, and his fingers almost like they steeple into a little tower, and he's just sitting there like, yes, this is most interesting. I'd prefer to see a little energon spilled, but this works just as well.
Less cleanup, more fun. Especially when you get them in a feedback loop of their own death for about 10,000 megacycles in a span of about 3 nanoseconds.
True. Cleanup. You got a point there. Hold on. Do not take them out just yet. How about you get them to clean this mess up? And he just gestures to the dead body of Shockwave. Disperse of it. Maybe take it and feed it to one of the experiments.
Your orders, boss. I'm gonna put stuff on, like I'm putting commands into my arm pad, but I'm just sending messages to both of them to just say just play along and just clean up.
Literally, you're picking up the parts of what's left of Shockwave and dragging his butt to... In a sense,
I'm gonna go up to the corpse of Shockwave and just like, look at him just like, boss, you mind if I take something
from the mess.
Why should I care as long as it doesn't affect me?
I'm gonna
Unless I
put my
can-
hand, like my foot on his shoulder, and rip off Shockwave's arm cannon.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. And he starts clapping lightly. You just hear the ting, 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 ting. Very nice. Very. A bot after my own spark. Too bad you will never have it. And he turns around and he walks past you all. And as he does, make sure there's no stains. I don't like the mess in here. This is a different experiment I'd like to keep having fun with. And he walks out the door and he keeps walking. You hear his walking is way louder and you hear thudding. And he goes out the doors and they close behind, they lock.
Out of character, I can't believe I bullshitted my way through that.
Let's just say all the rolls favored you right now and they were very close.
High five me.
So with that, we're gonna stop here for right now. Because we've been at
Yeah,
this.
we're already
Dave,
crossing
go to the
5 hour
bathroom.
mark. I already did.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, then we're gonna go for longer. Okay.
Hey, all I have to say is at least that's one Shockwave dealt with.
Yes.
Yeah, we're crossing the 5 hour threshold here. We do need
I
to.
mean, one shockwave for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's probably more, considering
Well, no,
what we've
I'm
already
more saying-
learned.
Well, no, I'm saying because the body's still more or less intact. I can do something.
He
with
was
that.
split in half, my dude.
Yeah, it's
But-
not worth turning him into a Terracon, man.
Aw.
Yeah, like
Especially now that I've now ripped off his cannon.
yeah, and he was split down the middle
Oh,
vertically.
oh,
So
Hey, Overlord,
yeah.
you want a new gun?
I want to bring back a Terracon.
There's plenty of dead drones in our
Yeah,
wake.
you,
Yeah,
you
but it's
got.
not the same.
You can have a drone army. What are you complaining for?
For 24 hours?
Well, there's. I mean, that's fair. Fine. Okay.
Well, granted, I could keep them for longer if I constantly cycle over the raised Terracon thing, but that's again they're drones.
Yes.
All I have to
So-
say is really fun session.
You
Yeah.
got. I will say this, and while stream is still running, you got damn lucky with the rolls. They were so close to getting, like, spotting every detail. So the first rolls of him calling you out were the ones him going, something's not right. The rest were, eh.
Oh, the moment he walked into the room and was looking at him, I'm just like, this room disguise is not going to hold up. Let's see how
Yeah.
far I can bullshit my way through.
Are you muted?
No.
Mute yourself.
Oh, God, hang on.
Oh, he's getting chewed out by the missus.
Oh, he's in trouble.
You went for 5 hours again.
Yes, we do
Ah.
want lightsabers. I'm putting that on stream. We're going to Disneyland. I'm getting a fucking lightsaber. There we go.
Oh,
I have a beam saber.
Yeah, I'm getting a lightsaber. It was a droid or a lightsaber.
oh, you're going
Oh,
to
oh,
build your own
it's-
lightsaber?
Yeah.
Bitch?
So my son and I are doing very
That's not even a
expensive.
question.
Yeah,
That's not
It's
even
like,
a question.
I don't want the droid. I mean, the droids are cute, but no, I want the lightsaber. Sorry.
lightsabers.
I've got
yes.
lightsabers.
Hey, what color crystal are you going to get?
I don't know yet. I haven't figured it out.
I already know. He's got a purple one.
Shut up.
Yes.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
You're going for. I know you're going for a
Unless
purple
I
crystal.
Unless I see something more intriguing, you know.
There's
But-
red.
Or orange.
I stopped going for the lighter colors and I went to the darker side. So,
But
yeah,
yeah,
So-
but you and
Yeah.
purple.
yeah, I like
Yeah.
purple. But
Your light side is a purple color. Let's be
a
honest.
light side. I have a light side. Oh my god, what happened to me?
Well, there's an
Change
entire
that.
discussion that we can have about that, but that's
Yeah.
beside the point.
But no, every roll though with that, oh my god, you were so close. He was ready. I'm like, okay, he either is going
Yeah,
to hit you.
The moment he threw me, I'm just like, you know what? Let's see if I can. If I'm gonna potentially get hurt, let's see if I can try and get him to kill the other shockwave. And it worked.
Well,
That's
somebody was.
also another thing. I was so ready because they were both in range. I was planning on doing Crown of Madness on one of them,
Oh my god. Yeah, well, and the thing
And I w-
is I was
and I would've-
rolling for all of these, so.
and I
Oh.
was gonna make one of them attack each other like that one's like the one that just died was actually the traitor while you're still disguised.
Yeah, so it would still worked out because all the rolls were just. Drift would have stepped in if somebody had not restrained him.
I'd also like to point out that the guy with the least amount of charisma on our team, as far as I'm aware, bullshitted himself through that like a goddamn bard.
Well, like I said, the rolls were just. There were a couple that I was pushing it by throwing you because I'm like, okay, he's either going to break and then something's going to happen and you're going to step in, or you're going to keep this composure, which I didn't know if you were going to actually do or not. So I was like,
I was
it's a gamble.
actually not flinching for
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, is he going to flinch? Because if he flinches, it's an advantage for V-Wave.
Because the way I saw it was in the Shockwave disguise, Shockwave would understand that anything he said would not make a point, so there's no point in attempting to even beg for one's life against a Shockwave like that.
Yeah, and
So I wasn't even doing it.
yeah, so V-Wave is not like Shockwave. He's not logical. He is very psychotically logical in a different way. It's not even logic, though. So
He has his own set of logic parameters, and none of them make sense to everyone else.
exactly. So yes, you're getting into it. So
So kind of a good idea. I did mention that because we won't be doing Destiny next week because we have a couple people going on vacation. So
what's this vacation? Oh wait, I'm taking.
we're probably gonna look to pick up part 2 of this next week.
Yes, part 2. Oh, so I gotta.
I actually do the boss fight.
Yep.
You guys
'cause
are.
that-
I
that-
will
that
tell
was
you,
coming.
you're very close. You were very close. You almost initiated it sort of earlier. I was like, oh, if he
was
the
really
one
trying
road
not to
rocket
again
wanna do it, and
because
it
of
was
the
this one.
location we were in. This is not the place he wants to fight in.
no. And when he walked past both of you, I had to roll for that, and I was like, oh, if he
Well,
had
I
rolled
mean,
any
if-
higher than what I had on that dice, I was like, oh, my God, he would have crushed one of you right there on the spot. He just shoved you out of the way. I'm like, I'm the DM. I could have just said that happened, but I'm like, oh no, we're gonna see what happens with the dice. The dice gods were nice right now, and some weren't so nice. And yeah, so it was fun though. I was like,
I was on the edge of my seat for that last bit, I'm not gonna lie.
so here, we'll wrap this up real fast so we can just do whatever. I don't have the screen up because I had to refresh the screen. There's YouTube links down below. You can find past episodes there. Do you guys want to say anything? Sponsor yourselves, do whatever, dance around, you know.
We'll see you
I'm
next
not
week for
gonna
the
be this lucky
conclusion.
next session.
Get some sleep.
Nah, what's sleep?
May the calming cold guide your heart.
Fuck the common cold.
Fuck you.
Now they're fighting.
No, come do it yourself, you coward.
Overload is actually Shockwave. The ultimate Shockwave.
It's me, Austin. It was me
He's
all
been-
along.
Yeah, he's been in disguise the whole time. Mercer's actually the villain. He's
You
the
thought it was
villain.
Aegis?
Yeah.
No, it was Dio all along.
There you go.
Imagine I'm actually smart and not a fucking brick.
You're a senator in another universe. Well, you were.
Turns out the entire time
Word.
you're a bard. Just performing that you're a barbarian.
So, I'll end my thing.
And instead of a paladin, I'm just a cleric multi-class.
Yeah, there you go. Wherever you're in the world, have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Join us next Friday for another Transformer session since people are going on vacation right now. Wait, I'm going to go on vacation, so anybody who's going on vacation, enjoy it. Go freaking take a break from life for once in a while.
Party time, boys!
Yeah. So, we'll see you next Friday for this at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Yeah. Bye.